This podcast is sponsored in part by Benjamin Hart.
That's me!
And yours truly, Zach Arnold.
And by participation from listeners like you. So let's tune in to another episode of
IPC.
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 IPC. IPC.
IPC.
IPC.
IPC. The Intergalactic Peace Coalition podcast.
All the galaxies.
All for you.
Why, hello there, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the IPC podcast, also known as the Intergalactic Peace Coalition, and we are broadcasting live right here on Fandom Empire on YouTube, and boy, oh boy, do we have an awesome episode lined up for you guys tonight. I will say it was not planned very well. It was planned very late notice, because life, guys, just life. It just happens. I'm sorry, it just happens. And but I promise it's going to be a lot of fun because we got some news to cover. Okay, we don't actually talk about the news as much as we should because there's a lot of stuff going on, and usually we have like one discussion topic, and that takes up all of our time, and then we have to shut it all down. So tonight we're actually going to just devote everything to the news for a little bit, and because there is some interesting things happening and some awesome things that I want to talk about because we will be talking about them in depth in just a few short months, and there's always stuff happening and whatever, some unexpected things and whatever. So yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun. My name is Ben. If you for some reason didn't know that, my good pal, you know and you love, Mr. Zach Arnold, is not here tonight. And he will continue to not be here for a couple more weeks. But I've heard, little birdie told me, he might just be able to make it next month. Next month, I think, is actually going to be his time to shine and him being back on the show. So we're looking forward to that. But in the meantime, I can't do this show on my own. It's just not, it's not a thing that I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying you don't want that to happen. So joining me, he's been on the show several times before, and we love him, and you guys know him. You know him best from the Ion Cannon podcast. Weirdly enough, his co-host was here last week. Now we have the other half of the Ion Cannon podcast, Mr. Joel Davis. Joel, thanks so much for coming back.
You're welcome. I actually was there for that Star Trek discussion. If I were more in tune with modern Trek, because I don't have Paramount Plus, I would have loved to have been part of it, because I'm a bit of a Trekkie myself. Deep Space Nine is my love and soul. I love Deep Space Nine. I love TNG too, don't worry, and TOS, so I'm a bit of a Trekkie.
That's incredible. And speaking of which, we do have a bit of Trek news to talk about tonight. We're going to continue the Star Trek discussion tonight because there is a few things happening with Star Trek. Actually, probably more happening with Star Trek than Star Wars right now. So that's going to be
up that Trek. They're just pumping up those Treks.
Yeah, it's all over the place. So yeah, that's going to be a lot of fun. So yeah, it's great to have you. As I said, Matt was here last week. It was a lot of fun to have him.
And
this
don't
was
forget
not
to subscribe to Ion Cannon Podcast.
Go over and subscribe. Go just search up Ion Cannon. And it's I, as in I, on Cannon, as in CANON, right?
Yes,
did I get that right?
CANON. Cannon.
I'm glad I got it right on the first try because, yeah, it's not canon. It's not like up canon. It's Star Wars canon. Very clever name. Probably one of the best named Star Wars podcasts in the world, and I can say that because I had nothing to do with the naming of it, so I can compliment you on that. Yeah, it's fun, Joel. It's so great to have you back, and I thank you for coming on such short notice.
Anytime.
It was about 24 hours ago I messaged you.
Yeah,
and Joel, being the gentleman that he is, like, sure, why not? I'm not doing anything.
Funny? You know what's funny? Just like last time I was here, I'm also eating food. I have chicken chow mein. This time.
Hey, stranger things have happened on this show. So no big deal. No big deal. Got to do what you got to do. So let's go ahead and jump into it, I guess, because we do have quite a few things to get through in a limited amount of time. And the first one that I'm going to bring up is something that actually just broke just like a couple hours ago. So this is from Variety. They say that Disney closes acquisition of AT&T's Warner Media. So Discovery, as in Discovery Channel, has merged / bought AT&T and Warner Media. And I know what you're thinking. Like, okay, why are we talking about this? This is boring. Just another corporation is becoming another giant corporation. What does this have to do with us? What does this have to do with geek media? Well, I think it has a lot to do with what's going to be happening.
I've been following the story, so I kind of know some things. I've heard things.
Right. I've been hearing some things too. And I heard this was coming. So basically, as they go on to say, it says, this is from Variety, Discovery completed its acquisition of Warner Media from AT&T on Friday. The close of the transaction bursts a new company, Warner Brothers Discovery, which will begin trading on the NASDAQ Monday under the new ticker symbol WBD. Warner Media owns HBO, HBO Max, CNN, Warner Brothers, DC Films, New Line Cinema, TBS, TNT, True TV, Cartoon Network / Adult Swim, Turner Sports, Rooster Teeth, and among other brands, is part owner of the CW network along with Paramount. And Discovery, of course, owns Discovery Plus, Discovery Channel, HGTV, Food Network, TLC, Investigations Discovery, I don't even know what that is, Travel Channel, Turbo Velocity, and a bunch of other things. Basically, a bunch of things that you may or may not watch is merging with another bunch of things that I think it's safe to say a bunch of us definitely watch. We just had Peacemaker a little while ago on HBO Max. I really like that. There's a lot of other stuff going on. And then you have, Paramount with, you got the Halo series out, just finished Star Trek, all this stuff kind of meshing together. So it's going to be interesting. Actually, that's not Paramount. I apologize. I'm getting my franchises confused. But, basically, this is going to lead to a merger of the Disney, not Disney. That's a whole nother story. Discovery Plus and HBO Max. So we'll be seeing like one giant streaming service coming out of that. And so if you're already subscribed, you'll get a bunch of other stuff. So, and this also, they're throwing the CW into that. Maybe this could affect that, all the Arrowverse stuff. There's a lot at stake here. And obviously biggest being DC Films and all this kind of stuff. And
I've heard,
go ahead.
I've heard the darker twist of the story. So, I don't know everything, so I'm not going to assume like I'm like the genius behind this. So the reason AT&T sold is because Warner Brothers is kind of in the pickle, and that's pretty lightly from what I've heard about after AT&T bought them up. And in some ways, Discovery is kind of buying up the scraps. I know that sounds overly cynical, like, oh, well, they're making great movies. Like if you like, Snyder Cut and Peacemaker, and they are making good stuff. Don't get me wrong, but from like an overarching business perspective, I've heard it's not been super hot. Again, I don't know money. I don't know how this all works. Obviously, everything compared to Disney seems like chaos, but I think Warner Brothers, just from what I've heard, have been just kind of directionless and all over the place. So I don't know how this merger is going to make things better or worse, but it's kind of like they are kind of buying up the scraps, and AT&T's kind of selling off some losses. This is what I've heard from one side of things. I mean, if anyone wants to give me the counter argument, please do. But that's just the story I've heard.
I don't know enough about the situation or really any of these companies or any of these facets to like make an educated guess in regards to like what this is going to mean. Obviously, I think there will be changes. There will be some things, and a lot of the stuff that we enjoy as geeks and nerds could be kind of changing and evolving, and everything from CW slate, Superman and Lois, all that stuff, to what's going on in HBO Max, to the DC films. Basically the whole DC universe, really, you could say, is kind of could be affected by this. So
Well, it's already affected because of one of its actors already. So
right. So yeah, a lot up in the air. So who knows if this will be good change or bad change. In my opinion, usually the bigger the company, the dumber the mistakes maybe. So now they just taken one company and just made it bigger and just stuffed more stuff into it. So we'll see how it goes. Who knows how this is going to shake out, but it was worth mentioning, I think, because obviously this is going to affect us in some way, shape, or form. We're going to probably feel the effects of this, and what we watch and whatever else is going to be changing. But yeah, so get your HBO Max ready. You're gonna have Discovery Plus stuff showing up on there too. One giant streaming service.
I should get HBO Max one day. Like, I have Netflix and Disney Plus, and Hulu, and that's about it.
I only have Disney Plus, and Zach is letting me use his HBO Max. I am mooching off of him. So that's the only way I'm actually on that streaming service, because I can only afford one streaming service. I can barely afford that. I think I bought into Disney Plus for like the 3-year package right when they first started. So I think I'm still good for another little while. When they actually start making me pay again, that's going to be a different story. Anyway, so we talked about Star Trek last week with Matt, and we're still in good company. Joel, you're a big Star Trek fan.
I'm like the most apathetic Star Trek fan, because like I could probably talk about it for a while, but like I'm not like the super Trekkie. Like, I'm not starting Star Trek blogs or anything like that.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be any good on a Star Trek podcast. There's a reason we only talk about it on IPC, occasionally. But I do love it. I do want to get more into it. But this announcement coming up is something that is really big news. I didn't grow up in Next Generation. I've only seen a handful of episodes, so it doesn't have a huge impact on me, but I know a ton of people really love Star Trek The Next Generation. And this announcement that came just the other day from a little a teaser video, they said, and this is a Trek movie reporting, says Paramount Plus today revealed that Patrick Stewart's Star Trek Next Generation co-stars LeVar Burton, Michael Dorn, Jonathan Frakes, Gates McFadden, Marina Sirtis, and Brent Spiner will star alongside Stewart in season 3 of Star Trek Picard. So
nice.
It makes sense. It makes sense that being that Picard as the pseudo sequel slash spin-off of the Next Generation, that and I don't know if Picard is going past season 3. I feel like they confirmed that was going to be the 3rd and final season, maybe. So it makes sense that they would wrap up that show with a wrap up of Next Generation, and those characters are bringing them all back. So
well, I'm glad. Yeah, I mean, I love TNG myself. I watched a few clips of Picard that had Q in them, because I love Q. He's my favorite Star Trek character. So like I was like, okay, well, I don't have Paramount Plus and I don't want to buy it, so I haven't been able to watch Picards. But I but they've been posting clips on it, like, oh yay, Q. I love Q, so it's like I'll watch some of that. And like, that's cool. I know. Can I spoil a little bit about Picard? How much Picard have you seen?
Yeah. I've heard some spoilers, and I'm not currently watching it. So
the moment where Q comes in, he's like they de-age him so he looks younger, and then he kind of realizes, oh, Picard, you've grown old. I'll catch up. And he snaps his fingers, and now it's John Delancey in normal, a little bit older kind of look. They're like, oh, he's aging. They found a way to age up Q without aging up Q, because Q's immortal and he shouldn't be aging. So it's like, oh, that's clever. I like that.
I did see that. I did see that little clip, and that was really clever. That's really good, like, ways to like catch up, and the fact that like,
curious to see Worf again too.
Yeah, having Worf back. Obviously, Brent Spiner's already been in the cast. He's been showing up here now and then. We've had Jonathan Frakes. Gonna be interesting to see, Geordi LaForge and all those guys come back and have a full-on reunion in the same.
I mean,
Go ahead.
yeah, I'm saying I hope it's good because like I know the consensus among the fans is that like their last official get together was Star Trek Nemesis. That movie is not considered. It's honestly many people consider the film that kind of killed the franchise for a while.
Wow.
Like it was that bad. It's like people say, oh, the prequels killed Star Wars. Like no, but Nemesis. I mean, to be fair, Star Trek was kind of bleeding by the time of Nemesis. Insurrection didn't do that well, and Nemesis was kind of like, okay, after that, we take a break. We're gonna put Star Trek to bed, and then '09 kind of gave Star Trek a bit of a shot in the arm in terms of popularity again. Although I know some people who like everything from '09 to today, like all stinks. You have those people. They have those people. They exist, but it seems like in terms of just overall, the franchise seems to be quite. It's making more stuff, and seems to be getting popular again in some respects. I think I don't know. I'm not a Trekkie fan person in terms of knowing what the pulse of fandom is at this point.
Yeah, I don't know enough about Trek fandom to like to know anything about like where the fandom actually is. I know there's always going to be people that have their era, and then once they get out of their era, they're like, nah, I don't like any of this stuff. But overall, we've got new stuff with Star Trek Discovery, and we've got you've got kind of, I don't know if it's not really a kid. They do have Prodigy, which is kind of more aimed at children. You have Lower Decks, which is more of a comedy, or not more of a comedy, it really is a comedy. And then they're obviously servicing some nostalgia here with Picard and going back to the Next Generation, the 80s 90s crowd, and then going all the way back to the original series with Strange New Worlds, which is coming up very, very soon.
And yet, they have not done anything to continue Deep Space Nine, and it saddens me. It's the best one. It's objectively the best one. I don't like the word objectively, but I will use that word for Deep Space Nine. And it's like, those characters are great, and it's like, I want to know what happened to the Cisco, and Kira, and Major Kira, and Odo. Like, come on. Give us some Deep Space Nine love.
See, I feel like it's coming. I feel like that has to be on the way. They have to be working on something. Like once they're finished with Picard, like Next Generation, obviously, like one of the most popular like Star Trek properties. Like, that's one of the biggest like spin-off series. They had to get that out of the way, but like now that that's wrapping up seemingly, or at least close to wrapping up in the next few years, it's gonna be interesting like what other series they could go back to and bring certain actors out. They got Janeway back for Prodigy.
I know.
So that's interesting. I'd love to see some Deep Space Nine. I've heard so much good about it. So many people love that show. It would make sense that if they're all about the fan servicey, bringing back old captains and old ships and stuff. Do DS9 Part 2 or whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever happens.
Basil.
But with Strange New Worlds, which is going all the way back to before the original series, I'm obviously picking up from where Discovery left off. They've had a new trailer recently, which was really good. And a lot of stuff is coming out now because I think we're in the kind of the final weeks of before it's going to be officially coming out on Paramount Plus. So a lot of stuff's coming out about it, particularly one little nugget of stuff that I don't, again, not that deep into Star Trek lore, but I was like, wait, what is this? So apparently Strange New Worlds has given a full name to 2 original series characters.
Ooh.
One being Mr. Spock himself.
Ooh, I didn't know.
So not only, spoiler alert, Spock has a first name, you're going to find out about it very, very soon. And they've already released this information. So this is from, they believe it's Trek Movie or one of these sites. It says, quote, in a development that's sure to get fandom buzzing, the Star Trek Discovery spin-off series titled Strange New Worlds is set to reintroduce a bit of an unexpected change for Mr. Spock himself, played by Ethan Peck in this new series after first appearing in the role of Discovery. Thanks to the eagle-eyed fans at TrekCore, it appears that the Vulcan/human hybrid with no other traditional surname is set to reveal his first name. This information has come out slightly ahead of time in conjunction with this weekend's planned Star Trek Mission Chicago event. According to reports, both Spock and relatively minor original series character Mbenga, portrayed by Babs Oka. I'm not going to pronounce that guy's name. I'm sorry. I'm going to butcher it. I'm not going to do that. In Strange New Worlds are set to receive full names for the first time in the series history. This comes courtesy of new and updated character posters unveiled at the Chicago convention. So fans, may I introduce you to Dr. Jabilo Mbenga, and I'm sure I butchered that again. And then dramatic drum roll, please, Lieutenant Commander Shintigun Spock.
Shintigun Spock.
I think that's how you pronounce it. I have no idea, but that's it. It's spelled S apostrophe CHN space T apostrophe GAIN. So that's Spock's first name. Apparently, there's some kind of lore thing where like Spock maybe had a first name. It was in one of the books, but then off-worlders couldn't pronounce it or for whatever reason. So
I can really pronounce it. So yeah.
Yeah. So it makes sense. It's like it's to use a Star Wars reference. It's like Mithron Nerudo.
Yes.
Just call him Thrawn. Just call him Thrawn because
no, it's funny. Ships are like evil Vulcans in a way. So
that's true. Actually, that's not you're not far off there. Evil blue Vulcan.
Thrawn's like an evil Spock in some way, just without the goatee.
Very measured, very logical, very, very intelligent, also not very emotional. Yeah, I see that. I see that a lot. You got to wonder if Timothy Zahn was taking any cues from Star Trek back in the day. Or
I'm surprised Tim Zahn never wrote a Star Trek novel. If he had, I didn't know about it. But
he's done a lot of stuff, I think, even outside of Star Wars. So it wouldn't surprise me if he has, but I'm not familiar with his.
I mean, some people have accused his Star Wars being like Star Trek, for better or for worse. But like, I kind of would like to see Tim Zahn write a Star Trek book.
Yeah, it'd be cool. Well, I'm sure Star Trek fans, especially on certain sites like Twitter and Facebook, are taking this news very reasonably, or not freaking out, not losing their heads over this, just saying, this is fine. But props to Star Trek, props to Paramount for, like, I'm not saying this is a good thing or a bad thing. Like, I'm gonna say I don't care enough about Star Trek to like have a really strong opinion about this, but at the same time, I have to applaud them for like messing with something so precious to Star Trek fans and so close to the original lore, something that is literally from the beginning. But Mr. Spock, like one of the characters, if you ask somebody about Star Trek on the street, they're probably going to say Spock. Like he's one of the most recognizable characters in the entire franchise and in just science fiction in general. So to mess with that, and I don't mean mess as in mess it up. I'm just saying just like change it, do something new with it when they didn't have to. I think they deserve some applause for that. Obviously people are gonna have opinions on this. They're welcome to their opinions. I don't know, where this could be going. But I remember watching Discovery and learning about that show and being like, Spock has a sister? What? What's this?
Hey,
what's
all
this?
In the fifth Star Trek movie, he had a brother, so
right.
No one likes that movie, but yeah, they gave him a brother. So.
Yeah, exactly. So like they changed stuff, and I mean technically changed stuff. They're just adding stuff along the way, and it's retconning. Stuff happens all the time. And ultimately it comes down to like I had a weird reaction to Michael Burnham being Spock's sister, but I think as it panned out, I think it was really well done. I think they obviously had a plan there. They had an idea of what they wanted to do, and it was meant to inform not just the character of Michael Burnham, but also Spock too. And it continues to inform her character, like her being a human that was, raised on Vulcan and raised in that environment. I think still affects her even in the most recent season. So like, I think that's interesting. So
I mean, you're
obviously
always gonna have questions, right? Like we're watching. If this is all canon, if Discovery is set in the main timeline and not another one or the Abrams verse, it's like okay, maybe you wonder like where was she during TOS the whole time when Spock was doing weird things with Kirk, or Wrath of Khan when he died and they came back to life. But maybe they'll have a reason. Who cares? If it's a good story, then.
Yeah, you really, I know people don't like hearing this, but you kind of have to trust the storyteller. Or don't watch it. just don't, it's, you got to,
assume she was somewhere across the galaxy. She wasn't there that day.
Right. Have you seen, no, you haven't seen the most recent seasons of Discovery, I'm assuming.
I haven't watched any of Discovery, but I did see a scene where they showed some clips of Spock from TNG talking about unification.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to spoil it to you because eventually hopefully you will get the chance to go through and watch because you're a big enough fan.
If I get Paramount Plus one day in my
right. You'll get there. You'll get there.
Yeah.
I'm not going to spoil it, but I will say there is a very, very clear reason why Michael Burnham is not around for the original series. And it's explained in season 2. Like you watch a couple seasons.
I do know they travel to the future.
Okay, so that's you're getting there. You're getting there. I will say no more. Say no more. But it's funny. The whole reason I ended up watching Discovery was like I heard about the time travel. I'm like, I like time travel. I'm gonna go watch this show, and I did. And
it's funny, you might Star Trek has a lot of time travel. Actually, surprisingly, there are actually quite a lot of early T and TOS episodes that deal with time travel. And one of the Star Trek movies actually is a time travel episode. It's the Star Trek Voyage Home. They travel to the 80s and have to save the whales. It's actually one of the better Star Trek movies people like. So
classic, Save the Whales in San Francisco. That's a good movie. I'm sorry, it is. It's a good movie.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I've seen most of it. I've seen enough to know I love it. So it's funny how the whole approach to time travel is Star Wars won't touch it. Star Wars is like fantasy, but it won't touch time travel. Like outside of
I'm almost worried if Star Wars touches time travel. I don't trust Star Wars to not.
I'm sure it'll happen eventually, and they're kind of playing with it with the world between world things. But for the most part, they haven't. But Star Trek is like supposed to be like more hard-edged sci-fi compared to Star Wars. Yet there's time travel all over the place, and it's very fantastical in that sense. So.
And yet, you don't watch Doctor Who that much, and that's the whole show about time travel.
I've seen enough Doctor Who. I need to go back and watch some more, to be honest, because I enjoy time travel. I enjoyed Doctor Who from what I saw. I haven't watched anything.
It's funny. TNG's biggest movie is also a time travel movie. It's the Star Trek
Generations.
Nah, not Generations. Insurrection Nemesis. It's the second one with the Borg.
Really? I didn't know there was any time travel in this one.
Yeah. Oh,
I know. Generations is Kirk meeting Picard and all that kind of stuff.
No, that's not that. Actually, that's considered one of the bad ones. Sorry if anyone likes it. Jim just.
I've seen that one kind of.
Dang, I forgot which one it was.
Yeah. See, I've seen Wrath of Khan. I've seen hit or miss through there, and I've seen Voyage Home. I'm really not. I want to go. I want to. What I want to do is I want to watch all of them and then review them on the show.
There we go.
First Contact. Okay, yeah, that makes sense because they go back in time and there's the that makes sense. Every First Contact day always comes around. You always see the memes and stuff like that. So I'm vaguely familiar with that.
That's the one with the Borg, and Borg goes back in time to stop the First Contact and essentially destroy the Federation. That's where you meet the Borg Queen. That's where the Borg Queen comes from.
Yeah. And the Borg Queen apparently is back in Picard, apparently.
Yes, she is. I saw her.
So, interesting. Very interesting. And very exciting stuff. I'm very much looking forward to Strange New Worlds. I'm hoping you can get Paramount Plus pretty soon so you can watch. One thing you need to do, Joel, is just like set aside a month and then just lock the door to your room and just spend a month just watching Star Trek. And you just sign up for Paramount Plus for a month and just go through them all.
That's all the new
because-
ones. It's all the new
Right.
ones.
Right. I think they have most of the movies on there too. I think. Maybe not. I don't know. I have no idea. So okay. There is a few other things. Let's switch gears a little bit. To a little thing called the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Now, Spider-Man No Way Home left a lot of things open-ended and introduced us to a lot of new interesting things. And obviously, Tobey Maguire is back, and Andrew Garfield's back, and all that kind of stuff. And then to top it all off, we have Multiverse of Madness coming up very, very soon. And ever since Spider-Verse, not Spider-Verse, but Spider-Man No Way Home, we've had all these talks about, are they going to make Spider-Man 4? And who better to answer that question is a guy named Sam Raimi, who is literally in the middle of making Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. And he actually spoke about this, among other things. There was two interesting quotes about this that directly relate to this. So first, somebody asked him, I think this comes from Fandango, who asked him basically, what's the deal? Are you going to do more stuff with Marvel? Are you going to maybe do Spider-Man 4? Are you going to do more stuff with Tobey? What's going on? And he says, I quote, I've come to realize after making Doctor Strange that anything is possible, really anything in the Marvel Universe, any team-ups. I love Tobey. I love Kristen Dunst. I think all things are possible. I don't really have a story or a plan. I don't know if Marvel will be interested in that right now. I don't know whether their thoughts are about this. I haven't really pursued that, but it sounds beautiful. Even if it wasn't a Spider-Man movie, I'd love to work with Tobey again in a different role. So Sam Raimi is open to this, guys.
Or wouldn't it be something if he did Spider-Man 4, but with Tom Holland? It's like, he finally got to make Spider-Man 4. It's a different universe. It's not the one he made, but he finally got to make it.
Well, it's funny because John Watts is going to be moving over to Fantastic Four pretty soon. He's going to be busy with that. So, does that mean they're going to put Spider-Man 4 on hold? Or could someone else drop in to do that movie? I don't know. I think everyone would love to see a Spider-Man 4 as in Tobey's Spider-Man 4, that movie that was going to happen. I don't know if that will ever thing, but honestly, you can never say never at this point. You never say, something's not going to happen when clearly, the whole idea of freaking Tobey Maguire coming back as Spider-Man was crazy. It happened, guys. We freaking saw it in a movie theater. Come on.
We got to see Will Dafoe back as the Green Goblin and terrify another generation of kids.
Exactly. So, never say never. Don't say it can't happen. The fact that, this big coincidence that Sam Raimi is returned to Marvel at the same time as Tobey Maguire, I think is really cool. So
as long as Sony stays away from it all, because they are messing up their side of things.
Yeah. Speaking of mergers, or just like Disney, just like give them like $1 billion for Spider-Man and just let it go.
Unfortunately, I think it's a Sony problem. I think they're too proud to give it up. Like, no, Spider-Man's our baby. We're the erratic.
Spider-Man No Way Home is like their biggest most successful movie of all time. They're never giving up Spider-Man after this. They got Spider-Verse 2, which is also hugely successful, won an Oscar. We're actually going to talk about something related to that later in the show. But Sony's never giving up Spider-Man now. They're in there, and Morbius is apparently making money too. Apparently it's getting very successful too, even though I'm not going to see it, guys. I'm not.
I'm not seeing it.
I have no interest. But go knock yourself out, whatever. And there, I guess a few weird, bad spin-off movies featuring Spider-Man villains, but not featuring Spider-Man. I guess it's a small price to pay for getting to have Tom Holland, Andrew Garfield, and Tobey Maguire back in this universe and continuing on. And there's always the room for Andrew Garfield to come back. And apparently there is a Spider-Man. Am I spoiling this? Does anybody really care? I don't think so. Apparently there is a Spider-Man in the Morbius movie. He's not in it, but they're saying that they're going to reveal him soon. And it's not any of the other actors. It's going to be a new, not Tom Holland Spider-Man. So
If Sony wants to make a Spider-Man universe with like the Sony Spider-Man, and then we got the Marvel Spider-Man, which is the best one right now, and then you got Andrew and Toby doing their thing, that's fine, man. Do their as long as Sony stays over here and Tom Holland's trajectory stays over here, and as long as Sony lets Will Dafoe come back for more Green Goblin appearances, I'm happy.
I will never forgive Sony for the emotional damage that they gave me and millions of other people when they started talking like they were going to take Spider-Man out of the MCU and Tom Holland. Like that was like the worst. Like watching Far From Home, and then they're like, okay, we're done. We're going to go make our own Spider-Man movies. Like, what are you talking about? That was really bad. I will never forgive them for that. So for that,
especially now, it's like I love No Way Home. It's like Tom Holland's story is now even more interesting. Like, where is he gonna do? Is he gonna get back with MJ?
Imagine if you will, a scenario where they, of course, apparently, like Tom Holland, like worked his butt off to like talk to Bob Iger and all those guys and make them work together. Imagine that doesn't happen. We don't get No Way Home. Imagine a timeline where there's no Way Home, there's no Willem Dafoe, there's no Doc Ock, there's no Andrew and Toby and Tom hanging out. There's none of that. How close we came to not getting that is like amazing.
This is my only chance to talk about No Way Home with you. So on a podcast, I'm going to take this. Like, you have no idea how much Will Dafoe and Alfred Molina coming back for those roles was like meant to me. Like, I know, like, I should be like, MCU should have made their own versions. Like there's an argument there. I get it. But it's like, Will Dafoe, man, it's like he still got it. He's still like the definitive icon for cinematic Green Goblin. And it's like, you can't beat Alfred Molina. He defined a generation, and he gets to do it again. Like, there's going to be a whole new generation now. Like they know those two versions of Doc Ock and Green Goblin, especially Green Goblin, because he made it quite the appearance. And it's like there's something almost chilling about the fact that like Tom Holland's Green Goblin is the Dafoe Goblin. There's just something like, yeah, like, I mean, yeah, it would have been cool to have a new version. Of course, you should always be open to new interpretations of things. Like how many different versions of Joker there are. They're not all Heath Ledger or Jack Nicholson. But when heck, I remember people were like, only Jack Nicholson is the true Joker. Then Heath Ledger comes along, and it's like, here we are. But like, there's just something about bringing back Will Dafoe and just seeing him do his thing that like just gets, and even giving Electro another chance, like Jamie Foxx, like he deserved. Like, he was my third favorite, man. Like he was so good in that movie. Like, he deserved it. He was so underused. He like the right actor, just with the not great script.
Right. And I watched Amazing Spider-Man 2 not too long after I watched No Way Home for the first time. It's not that bad. It's not great, but it's not bad either. And there's a lot of good stuff in that movie. But just overall, just the fact that No Way Home exists and it's a movie and it brought all those actors back and they committed to doing it. And the fact that it would have been cool to, I'm still interested in who could be the MCU version of Green Goblin, who could be the MCU Doc Ock. We can still get those things. Mm-hmm. Those things can still come down the line. I'm sure there's probably a Norman Osborn or an Otto Octavius somewhere in the MCU, and they're going to show up eventually. But for right now, having No Way Home and having it be this just bursting celebration of Spider-Man and the Spider-Man cinematic universe.
Seeing J.K. Simmons, but I was going as far from home, but still seeing J.K. Simmons come back as J. Jonah Jameson. It's like, oh my gosh, the genuine icon has returned.
Yeah, I can't wait until like Tom
and he
Holland
seems like he's gonna stay, so it's like,
yeah, I can't wait until Tom Holland has to begrudgingly work for that guy.
Yes.
Like he's gonna be like down in his rent. He's gonna like, oh god, I gotta take pictures for this a-hole, even though he was partially responsible for ruining my life.
Yeah.
It's gonna be great. I cannot wait for Spider-Man 4, but I'm assuming it's gonna be a while since we see that movie, since Tom Holland is taking a break from acting, I think. Well deserved. And
Mhm.
also, like I said, John Watts is working on Fantastic Four, and some other things, and they gave us No Way Home. I think they deserve a break. You know, they
Yeah.
deserve to take
A
a.
nice trilogy has been given.
Yeah, we got enough. We got enough
Mhm.
Spider-Man to go on for a little while longer. So yeah, you guys have at it. Take a little break and come back when you feel like it. Speaking of Spider-Man No Way Home, Sam Raimi has something to say about this. He apparently is saying that Multiverse of Madness will be a continuation of that movie. And he says, I quote, I guess I would say that Spider-Man No Way Home broke open the idea that characters from the multiverse could visit our universes. But this is the first time that the characters from our universe will go out into the multiverse and experience other universes. So it's going to be a continuation. But that, I think, is one of the biggest appeals, finding other realities and how they rhyme with our own and how they are completely opposite or variations thereof. I think therein lies the interest of this picture. So
I've
basically,
heard.
go ahead.
I'm gonna say I don't think this is like super spoilery. So this isn't like the details of the movie, but I've heard whispers and from the MCU side of news and stuff that they did a bunch of reshoots. Oh no, reshoots. But the reason why they did reshoots, for what I've heard, is because apparently because of I think No Way Home's success and some other things, they want to get in a bunch of multiverse cameos, and I think it's quite possible certain stars from maybe other Marvel films have decided, you know what, let's get back into the game. I mean, that trailer, someone sounded a lot like Patrick Stewart, and they're the Marvel character we all know Patrick Stewart plays.
And then speaking, we're just talking about Star Trek. Patrick Stewart, he's being all coy. He's like, oh, I don't know who that is. Like, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, we know it's you, Patrick. Come on.
Professor X, maybe. I mean, could we eventually even see Ian McKellen coming in as well?
I think it's going to be wild. I think we're going to see some wild cameos. I personally think this is not based on anything I've heard. Of course, everyone's talking about this could happening, so it's not original thought. But I think, speaking of Tobey Maguire coming back, I think we will see Tobey Maguire Spider-Man in this movie. I think that's almost a given at this point, because the Sam Raimi connection. And then apparently Tom Cruise will be Iron Man. Apparently.
Maybe we'll see one of the I've heard like rumors and whispers of like one of the Fantastic Four from the old Fantastic Four movies. Those 2000 movies, which aren't that great, but I like the cast.
Because one of course, it's like the Illuminati council that Doctor Strange is going into, and one of the council members is Reed Richards. And we don't have a Reed Richards yet in the MCU. So some people are saying, well, it could be the Reed Richards from the original Fantastic Four movies, which I think would be wonderful. Like, I think it'd be great. Or something along those lines. And then you also got like one of them supposed to be Black Panther and supposed to be T'Challa. Of course, Chadwick Boseman's no longer with us. So people are saying, well, maybe it's like a dark version of Black Panther. Maybe it's Michael B. Jordan. Killmonger. Who knows? I'm interested to see like who else is gonna be on that council. But I just like Raimi's perspective on this. That like this is like No Way Home was like, okay, we're in this universe and the multiverse is coming in now. Multiverse of Madness will literally be about these characters leaving the MCU and going, planet hopping and whatever, going across the multiverse and going into the multiverse, which is not too dissimilar to Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, which is the second one is called Across the Spider-Verse. And if you watch the trailer, it's like instead of Miles Morales dealing with the multiverse madness of his own, he's crossing the multiverse, going out into it. So
I'm hyped for Multiverse of Madness, and I didn't even see the first Doctor Strange movie. But Sam Raimi coming
this much.
But Sam Raimi coming back, like that just to me alone just like intrigues me. Like, ooh, Sam Raimi, I haven't seen you in years. So it's like, what are you here to bring to the table, Mr. Raimi?
I think what excites me about this, and I and this is no disrespect to like any of the Marvel people or whatever else, because I truly love the MCU. I love what Marvel Studios has been doing, but they have hit a lot of the movies. I think even like the Russo brothers and all this kind of stuff, they kind of hit a visual style of like kind of. There's no flair to it. It's kind of like basic production design, colors, whatever. There's no real flair to it. And, They don't really have like, oh, you can see like that's a Russo brothers movie or whatever else. There's not really a lot of that going on. Even though those movies are beautiful in a lot of ways, they're also kind of bland in other areas.
Can I just say, to anyone there who's saying, we should have 3 Star Wars movies a year, this is the problem when you get 3 Marvel movies a year. Their CGI departments are stretching thin. So it's like, they're already overworked and underpaid anyway. So it's like, at least with Star Wars, when they're making a movie, they're focused on that one movie, make sure it's pretty. So
and see, that's my whole thing with like my Star Wars movies. Like, I was in love with the idea so long for like, oh yeah, Star Wars movie every year, that's great. But that means that Star Wars movies are going to be mass produced. There's going to be an assembly line of things. I'm not saying that's what's happening with Marvel Studios. It kind of is. They have a quota and they have to make these movies, and I think they are genuinely passionate about these movies and they want to make them the best they can be.
It's a little
ultimately,
I'm going to say it's a little easier with Marvel because, at worst, you can just film in New York. Like, you're filming the real. With Star Wars, it's a whole fantasy world. So it's like, you got to build it from scratch. And it's like, if you're building a fantasy world from scratch on a mass production, you're just going to have to go to Tatooine every other day. Which is kind of happening with the Disney Plus stuff, but not.
Like, I don't know if you've seen any Moon Knight yet, but like, Moon Knight is like the first episode is it's in London. Like, I don't think they had to do a whole lot of special effects to it. Like, there's one scene, like there's obviously a lot of special effects, but like for the most part, it's just filmed in the real world. You can't do that with Star Wars. You have to create everything, every environment, every place has to be created, and every costume and everything. You just put Oscar Isaac in a suit, and in London, and you got Moon Knight. That's fine. So I think that works better for Marvel. I think when you're talking about Star Wars, you're talking about meeting deadlines and like making, we have to make this many series and movies per year. It gets a little, murky. But back to my point. So I just love that Sam Raimi is a guy with immense style, he brings such gravitas. He has this, very specific viewpoint on everything. And he really is Marvel royalty. I think the MCU owes so much to him, to the fact that if that first 3 Spider-Man movies don't work, especially the first one, we don't get the MCU. We don't have the superhero, renaissance that we're living in right now.
I will say, if I could criticize No Way Home for something, it's like they said, "Thank you, Avi Arad, for dude." We all know Avi Arad's kind of responsible for why Sam Raimi had to leave Spider-Man 4, and we got the Amazing Spider-Man. And I like the Amazing Spider-Man, but come on, Sam Raimi deserves that thank you more than Avi Arad, if you know anything about him.
Yeah, I think they were just like, "Hey, thanks for coming. Go away, Avi Arad."
I hope Multiverse of Madness says thank you, Sam Raimi, for essentially rebooting superheroes for a next century.
Sam Raimi is to like modern superhero films what Richard Donner was to just the superhero genre in general. Like, Superman started everything, but like Sam Raimi came along with Spider-Man and rebooted it and just like kicked it into high gear where we're sitting in here now. So so him coming back, him having his own visual style, all the horror elements, the fact that they were talking about this being kind of a horror film. I don't know if they're going to be leaning on that as much, but it is Sam Raimi. That's where his roots are. So like everything about this looks really, really good. This can be one of the most interesting and one of the most visually and story based most interesting movies I think to date for the MCU.
I hope that Multiverse of Madness success gets Marvel to bring in more bigger name directors. That's something I noticed about Marvel. Is like, for after kind of phase 1, you don't really, the directors they hire aren't big names. Like, phase 1's had Jon Favreau, Richard Branagh, Kevin Branagh, even the infamous Josh Whedon. The big names, big fellas. And then got James Gunn for Guardians. We don't really know anything about the Russos. I don't know anything about John Watts outside of Spider-Man. And I'm not saying you need big names for success. Those movies have been successful. But Shane Black for Iron Man 3.
Right.
And he's a big name. So like, and they kind of stopped after kind of phase 3, and they haven't. And the only big name they've had left is kind of James Gunn for Guardians, and that's why Guardians is kind of the one that sort of stands out in terms of a style and a kind of finesse, while the other movies are kind of more. I mean, I'm not saying they're badly directed, but there's definitely something about the directors are kind of more controlled by the studio compared to, like, say again, Star Wars, where it's like, say what you will about J.J. Abrams or Ryan Johnson, Abrams will do what Abrams will do. He got his own studio behind him, and Ryan Johnson seems to he was a bit more in that young director kind of motif, but they pretty much let him do whatever, and he obviously had a couple movies under his belt that had very personalized feeling toward them. Even something like Ron Howard's Solo had a bit of Ron Howard DNA in that movie.
Right.
So I just hope that Multiverse of Madness is successful and Marvel starts bringing in directors who kind of have pre-established flair and a little bit more bend the MCU model. If that makes sense.
Yeah, well, and it's funny. Something interesting that someone online pointed out to me was the fact that if you watch the first or the second trailer for Doctor Strange, Multiverse of Madness, there's a title card in there that says from director Sam Raimi, and like that's kind of unprecedented for an MCU movie, considering that like they don't put title cards for the directors because, as you're saying, they're usually not known commodities. I think the only other like real reference to this, they may have done one for James Gunn, and then they had Chloe Zhao recently for Eternals. Obviously, Academy Award winner Chloe Zhao, and obviously that's a big deal. And say what you want about Eternals, I think I applaud that movie for doing something different, and it's a beautiful film, and I think Chloe Zhao, directing wise, did a magnificent job. I would love to see more from her. But like overall, yeah, you're right. They don't.
Marvel kind of has a bit of a one-man show, and it's Kevin Feige who makes the magic.
And I think
it's not really true.
If I can play the cynic here just for a second, I think it's easier for like a giant company like Marvel to kind of push around someone who is a kind of a noob director who is not things. If you bring in Sam Raimi, you got to play ball with him. You got to you bring in a Steven Spielberg,
Matt Reeves,
or a Matt Reeves, or anybody that's got some clout that knows what they're doing. You're not going to push them around. You're going to play ball with them. They're working with you. You're not working with them. So, whereas they got a John Watts, they got a Peyton Reed, which, all due respect to those guys, I love those guys and their movies, but they don't have as much sway in Hollywood to like do what they want. They're basically there to execute Kevin Feige's vision, which is the job. But ultimately, this is a creative process. You want people that are in and out and willing to take chances.
Here's something I'm sure will blow your folks' mind. So, like George Lucas with Empire and Jedi, it's sort of like everyone, the fans of like George made the magic, and obviously George had a lot of. I think George honestly had more creative input with Empire and Jedi than Kevin Feige even does with the Marvel films, because I know George wrote the scripts. But he gave Irvin Kershner the directing. It's like, hey, here's my vision. Kasdan, Kershner, you go for it. He let Kershner more or less do his thing. Marquand kind of had to kind of shadow direct a lot with Jedi, and you can tell. But it's kind of Marvel in some ways is followed the past Star Wars almost took. It had George kind of went more with the oversee the show run the whole thing, right? But kind of let other directors and writers kind of do the day-to-day work creatively.
Because that's the funny thing about George is
George is the proto Kevin Feige.
Yeah, and George famously hates writing. Mm-hmm. I don't know if he probably hates directing too, and he just loves to edit movies. And he's quoted as saying like, "Hey, I need stuff to edit, so I need to go make movies and direct and write them." So coming off of that, the fact that George directed all his movies, it was just a simple fact of he wanted complete control. He wanted to execute his vision. And maybe that's a feather in Kevin Feige's hat that he's kind of been brought up, and he was was working on the X-Men movies, all this kind of stuff. He's always been in the background. Finally came to the front, and I guess maybe it's good for him because I guess he's learned to work with everyone. He's not.
I think Feige knows he's not a director or a writer. He's a producer.
And
I'm
he's
sure
there.
he has
He's there to
input.
support. He's there to guide the ship and support everyone, but he's also willing to give credence to whoever and let them make their story, make their movies, which I think is very respectable. I think I just read something the other day. I think it was a few hours ago where they said that Multiverse of Madness will be the first movie to have a title card, a Kevin Feige film. Which because Avi Arad is out and Ike Perlmutter is out and all those really weird bad dudes. So now Kevin Feige seems to have like almost complete control over that, which I'm also not a total fan of like someone having complete control over something. One person, like it needs to be a collaborative effort, but I think Feige knows what he's doing. So
Right.
So yeah, that should be good. Oh, real quick, I want something else I also want to mention. Thor: Love and Thunder coming down the pipe very soon. I think I'm not so sure, but I'm pretty sure. If I had to guess, this will be the next big genre trailer we will see drop pretty soon. We've been expecting this for a while. Apparently, the press tour has begun. Taika Waititi and Chris. I want to say Chris Pine. Oh my God. See, I got Star Trek in the brain. Chris Hemsworth.
Too many Chris's.
Too many Chris's. They're out doing the whole press tour thing. So, which seems weird to me because I'm like, it seems like you drop a trailer first and have something. Like they haven't really at least anything for this movie other than the title. But there has been some imagery leaked out. There's some, I believe it's popcorn buckets that showed up on Twitter. And it shows Thor and Jane in her Mighty Thor get up, and looks really cool. So like, double the Thor this time.
I'm excited because Natalie Portman's coming back. Like time to redeem her character.
Oh yeah,
because like I mean, for one thing, I mean I saw her in the first Thor film. She was okay, Natalie Portman. Second film, she got definitely kind of shafted, and there's a whole story about that's why she quit. The whole thing with Ike Perlmutter and stuff like that. I love Thor Ragnarok and I love Taika Waititi. That's actually Thor Ragnarok. I take it back. Thor Ragnarok's another movie where I feel I had a bit more of an identity in terms of like this is Taika Waititi doing his thing.
Absolutely,
and
great example.
From what I hear, I think even this next one will be even more Taika Waititi. Like he'll have even more kind of direct input from the get go of kind of the direction the Thor franchise takes. Tonally, script wise, I don't think he wrote the Thor Ragnarok. I think he kind of like they had a script and then they gave it to Taika and he kind of like he threw it out and sort of like he kept the beats but like all improv. And I think this time he'll write a whole script himself, which is good because I've seen some Taika films and they're like the dude can be both heartfelt and funny. So I'm excited for that. I'm excited for Lady Thor. Yeah. I want to see Natalie Portman as a superhero. I'm curious, and this will have the volume. This will be a movie made with the volume. So a little Star Wars, interesting. So it's going to be see the volume work for movies now outside of just TV. So that'll be very interesting. And obviously, Taika has experience with the volume via Star Wars. So it's like he's kind of another bigger name director Marvel has under its belt right now. And he's probably getting more influence and creative control because of it.
Yeah. You number one, Taika is someone who is an excellent example of like having that fingerprints on it. Like you can watch anything he does and you can see like you watch the last episode of season 1 of Mandalorian. Like that's got Taika Waititi written all over it. You can tell. Number 2, Natalie Portman is someone who I thought was completely done with Marvel. Never in a million years would I thought she would come back. When they're talking about, I broke up with Jane in Thor Ragnarok. I'm like, okay, that's it. They're not even going to bother with this. They're just going to write her out of the movie, and she's done. And then lo and behold, you bring her back, and it's just great. And I think it's a great idea too, because apparently I think in the comics she has cancer or something like that, and then they bring her back. It's like a really interesting idea, and a good way to bring her back. And the MCU has not
and possibly LGBTQ relationship with the Valkyrie, if I remember, isn't the premise Valkyrie needs to find her queen?
right. Yeah, I think that's what they said at Comic-Con like 10 years ago, whenever that happened. Yeah, there's some happening there. And love Valkyrie, love all the characters, man. And Korg's back apparently, and the Guardians are in there, and it's just so much good stuff. Like so much good stuff. So yeah, I this one is like, I keep forgetting about it because there's no trailer or anything like that, but like low key, one of my most highly anticipated movies of the year. Is it coming out this year? It's coming out this year, right?
I
God forbid we have another wave of something.
I always forget. If it's not this year, it's next year, right? Because
you're starting the it's July 8th. July 8th is one.
Okay. I mean, I'm always confused.
If they're starting the press tour, it would have to come out. I don't know what I was thinking.
I'm always confused because I'm never quite sure. Well, hey, we don't know when Taika's Star Wars movie's coming out. Lord knows it will ever come out. But it's it has to be it's not 2023, so it's either 2026 or 2029. If those are the 3 Star Wars movies they have in the docket, it's got to be one of those 3.
So we as of recording this, we are exactly 3 months away from this coming out. So not far, excited. Not long, much closer than we were. I think we were already supposed to have seen this movie. I think it was supposed to be out by now. I think all the other stuff in the world happening, I think, pushed it back at some point, or maybe it didn't. I don't know. But yeah, that's cannot wait for that. Cannot wait. Okay, so moving on to another franchise, one that's near and dear to our hearts, and near and dear to our good buddy Zach. I'm sorry he wasn't here to talk about this. And I know somewhere right now he's very, very excited about this because the official runtime for Jurassic World Dominion has been officially released. This comes from comicbook.com. They report, with the upcoming Jurassic World Dominion set to be the biggest adventure the franchise has seen, it only makes sense that it has also earned the series' longest runtime, with One Take News first reporting and seemingly confirmed by Collider that the film clocks in about 2 hours and 26 minutes. So most of the films, the franchise clock in just over 2 hours, making this the longest entry in the series by nearly 20 minutes. End quote. So big movie. Obviously, you got the old cast coming back, the new cast coming in, some new faces thrown in there, and a lot's happening.
Well, I'm glad Colin Trevorrow gets to finish at least one trilogy.
Poor guy.
I've actually seen some shade thrown at Star Wars because of Jurassic World, where it's like, well, at least they got the original 3 to be together in this sequel trilogy.
Oh, God.
I know. I feel like I'm the anti-Zach right now because I actually don't really enjoy the Jurassic World movies. I've only seen the first one. I saw the first one, and it's fine. I enjoy
maybe
the T-Rex.
Good thing Zach is in here. Maybe it's a good thing.
Yeah, I enjoy seeing the T-Rex fight the Indominus and kick its butt, but in terms of I felt I enjoyed Force Awakens in terms of reboot franchise semi-sequels better. At the time, I actually didn't see Jurassic World 2. I didn't hear great things about it.
I had mixed feelings about it at the time. I need to go back and watch it because my opinions change over the time. And
I will give Camp Cretaceous a try one day because I've heard from people who don't like Jurassic World, people who do that's actually pretty legit good.
I put it in the same vein as a lot of Star Wars animation, that it takes it. I don't want to say it improves the movies because it's not that connected, but if you've seen specifically Jurassic World and even Fallen Kingdom, it ties in directly with those, and it's very interesting, and a really good story, and for a quote unquote kids animated series, cartoon or whatever else, goes to some dark places that
a
lot
of kids
really expected.
Animated shows these days go to some dark places. It's actually not that rare these days, thank goodness.
Right. So, get 2.5 hours for Jurassic World Dominion.
I will say for Dominion, I'm a little intrigued. It's it feels like this is kind of the movie a lot of us kind of have wanted to see. let's just go complete nuts and make the world a dystopia future where dinosaurs rule. Like that's
Right.
kind of like okay, something new than just the island is gone to Hawaii again. Oh no.
Yeah, and that's the thing with like Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom was like I had mixed feelings about that movie, but I was like where it ended, spoiler alert, like having dinosaurs basically all over the world, like that's interesting. That's taking this franchise a place where it's never been before, and it's very, very exciting. So Jurassic World Dominion, it could still suck. I'm just gonna say it could suck,
The
but
premise sounds more interesting. I'll say that.
it does. It sounds a lot better, and I think this could be. It's definitely going in the right direction. Having the original cast back, having a literal Jurassic World, I think is very, very interesting. So yeah,
Mhm.
very, very. I'm really looking forward to it. Honestly, I think that comes out. When does that come out? Jurassic World Dominion comes out June 10th. So even before Thor: Love and Thunder. Okay, yeah. I guess we've got multiple trailers for Dominion, and no trailers for Thor: Love and Thunder. Interesting. All right. Well, not that far. Even closer now. I'm about 2 months away. All right. Okay, real quick, I'm gonna run through our little Patreon plug, and then we'll hit the last two bits of news because they're exciting ones. They're actually some of my favorites ones. I think that's why I saved them for last.
Before you do that,
Yeah, go ahead.
I didn't see this in the notes, but I just wanted to maybe just a quickie.
Yeah.
Last time we were here, we got overhyped ourselves on a certain Buzz Lightyear Pixar.
It's at the end of the notes.
Ooh,
It's at the
okay.
end of the notes.
I will save my
I put it
anticipation.
in there. I put it in there. Hold on, just for 1 second. I promise this won't take long, but I'm contractually obligated to say the next words. Okay.
Okay.
So special thanks to our buddies Joey Mays and Jesse Bennett for their support of the show. They are Patreons of the IPC podcast. They are at the shout out friend tier, and they get a shout out every single episode. And so, because they contribute their well-earned money and keep the show afloat, we give them a shout out and give them extra privileges. And if you want access to this stuff, including an exclusive group, which gives you behind the scenes access to the show, influence on the show itself, even get to be on the show, and a whole lot of other stuff. You get to see access to the show notes, all kinds of stuff. Be sure to hit us up at patreon.com/the IPC podcast. As I said, Peacekeeper Corps is a secret group no one can get into unless you're a patron. And you get top billing during our top 5 segments. So we do these massive top 5 episodes. You are guaranteed to not only get your list read on the show, but also get it read first. So
good stuff.
That's a lot of good stuff.
It's good stuff.
Absolutely. And
I
then
just want to
also,
say, by the way, sorry to the comments. I didn't actually look at the comments, but it's like, oh, people have been commenting. So, hello,
oh my gosh, I'm sorry. I've been
Even
like,
my co-host was here actually when we talked about Star Trek an hour ago. I apologize to that. But nah, it's like, oh, there's lots of good stuff here. Hello, commenters, if you're still here. If not, it's okay.
sorry guys. I didn't. How could you spoil more? I'm catching up in the comments now. I'm sorry. Someone, Jeremy is talking about, complaining about spoiling Morbius. I'm sorry. Okay. Now getting back on track. I can't believe I've been ignoring comments. I just had the tab turned off. That's awful. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. We'll get back on track. One more thing, and then we'll get on with the show. We got our friend Jesse Bennett is also a subscriber to our Patreon, and he is at the Patreon advertisement thing, and have a little reader for you guys to read off for his podcast. I believe it's returning now, and yes, Jesse, I got your message. I just haven't been taking my misses lately because I've been busy. But we're working on something. But they say over at Question Possible Answer, we review movies while also trying to incorporate real world physics into the movie and see how much the story would change. Sometimes it is simple as what if this person wasn't in the movie? For more information, check out our socials over on Facebook and Instagram. Just search for Question Possible Answer, and of course, listen on your favorite podcatcher. All right. Let's get into it. Okay, so there's one last thing. There's one little bit of Star Wars news, and then we'll get into Lightyear. So this has just come out like today, like within the last few hours. Peter Ramsey tapped as a director of Ahsoka, the latest Star Wars series. This comes via The Hollywood Reporter. Peter Ramsey is going to be going from the Spider-Verse to the Star Wars universe. The director, who became the first Black filmmaker to win the animated feature Oscar as co-director of Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, see, I told you they'd come back, has been tapped to direct at least one episode of Ahsoka, the latest Star Wars series that Lucasfilm is making for Disney+. The Hollywood Reporter has exclusively learned. Shooting begins in Los Angeles this month. This episode count and additional directors have not been revealed. Lucasfilm, in typical fashion, has not commented on this story. So we have one of the directors of Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, which is genuinely one of my favorite movies of all time, is going to be directing at least one episode, if not the whole thing. I mean, we don't know that for a fact. They're saying other directors could be announced. Who knows?
I wouldn't be surprised if Filoni directed at least 3 or the first one or something.
Right. But then you have Deborah Chow, who's taken over the entire Obi-Wan Kenobi thing. So who knows? But we don't have that information yet. But the fact that he's going to be involved is really, really cool. I think this is especially poetic, being that he's someone that I don't know his filmography. I don't know where he's come from in regards to, what he's worked on in the past. But the fact that he's known so well for something
I did a little research on him. He's primarily an animation director. He's just done Into the Spider-Verse. I don't think he had the live action credit.
Wow. So this would maybe be his first live action credit, which is interesting, being that Dave Filoni is also someone who came from animation. It really feels poetic to have someone like Peter Ramsey come in and do a live action series for a character that is primarily known as a animated character.
I think it's. I mean, I've joked with a friend on a forum today, and it's like, what if Filoni only hires those who've only done animation for Ahsoka? And I actually think that would be an interesting kind of creative decision to kind of bring that animation background to a live action Star Wars. Because I love Star Wars animation. Like Star Wars animation has always been some of the most beautiful, interesting stuff. And I've said in emails on Underworld, I've said just to myself and to friends, like, this could, as much as we think this could be the search for Thrawn and Ezra, there could be some weird Mortis world between worlds stuff going on. And I think it'd be interesting to have those with a more animated eye and to do the more spectacular Star Wars in live action kind of come on to this. Because, The Mandalorian, Kenobi, Book of Boba Fett, they're more grounded in kind of that original trilogy kind of vibe of earth tones and there's some magical and mystical stuff to it and time, but it's still dirty. It's like, here's the cantina, here's the kind of the grungy city. We got the cool little space city in Book of Boba season 1 with the Mandalorian episode, and I'm sure we'll see some cool stuff for Nur in Obi-Wan, but for the most part, we haven't done the crazy Mortis kind of wacky stuff, and maybe having kind of those animation people behind it kind of can give that kind of same oomph to the live action in a way, kind of fuse the two together in a sense.
Yeah, because and then we also have to consider the fact that it's not just going to be Ahsoka. Apparently, we're getting Sabine in this. We're getting Ezra in this. We're getting Thrawn. It would seem so. We're getting a lot of characters that have only appeared in animation showing up in live action. I think it's interesting to grab a director like this who has a huge background in animation to kind of like to make this transition happen and make it, because I think obviously in regards to this, we have this situation where a ton of people are coming in and they've never seen any of this before. They're not going to know who's Sabine or even Ahsoka or Ezra or any of these things. But you come out of this, there's also going to be a ton of people that are very familiar with this, us included, that are going to be looking over every fine detail of this and dissecting all this, and is this really Sabine, and all this kind of stuff is not my Thrawn hashtag, like there's all there's gonna be.
I mean, I hope they get Lars Mikkelsen to do Thrawn. I mean, we don't know for sure.
Apparently they will, so that's going to be a really good translation, I think. But I think Sabine's going to be playing a different actress. We also have Rosario Dawson. So it's going to be an interesting thing too. So having this translation, but having someone who has dealt with animation kind of do this, I think he will be of the same mind as Filoni in regards to, coming from a similar place. So I think this is really good. I think, and obviously having an Academy Award winner working on Star Wars and a person of color is just great.
Of course, yeah. I mean, especially in terms of like background and like usually like it's kind of like the like Ahsoka in like a more majestic setting, with like a stylized perspective. Like Into the Spider-Verse is super stylized. It's like one of the most stylized movies out there.
Oh yeah.
And even like the modeling kind of, I mean, it's not realistic, but it's got a kind of photo kind of edge to it. So it's like I'm kind of curious what kind of backgrounds and worlds so they can use and what the volume can make with it. And kind of just like put Ahsoka into like a more, I don't want to say cartoonish because that's not the right word, but kind of more fantastical setting.
I think that's a great point. I think I'm not saying that like I want Sabine flipping around and seeming, because like all this animation can be very floaty. It can make characters feel a little bit lighter than air and kind of flip around, and that's fine. It's animation. I'm not saying I want that in the show, but it would be nice to have a bit of a balance and have like, hey, these are characters that we're used to seeing in this fashion. Now they're going to be in this grounded, real environment that is the Mandoverse. I hope they go a little more fantastical. I hope they go a little more, because I think Mando and Book of Boba Fett kind of stick really grounded. They're very like, this is real, this is gritty Star Wars. I hope Ahsoka goes the other direction. I hope we can get some really, for lack of a better term, wacky stuff. That
Ahsoka in the world between worlds again.
Exactly. So, and then we're apparently going to get Hayden Christensen as Anakin. This show's already blowing my mind. So yeah, it's there's going to be a lot in this show already, and this sounds like a perfect choice.
And what I did say, I would be thinking it'd be cool if all the directors were like from a bunch of only animated people. I do want Steph. I would say Steph Green and Bryce Dallas Howard to come back.
I would love that. I would love that. I feel like Bryce Dallas Howard like has a golden ticket to direct anything she wants in Star Wars, especially TV now, because they know, like, because now it's just like if you say this episode is directed by Bryce Dallas Howard, everyone's like, okay, this is gonna be a good episode. Oh yeah, this is gonna be good. This is Bryce Dallas Howard episode, and it usually is. So, I love that. I love that. So we're in for a treat either way. It's gonna be great. Okay. Before we run out of time tonight, let's talk about Lightyear.
Yeah.
We're picking up where we left off. We are ending where we began with Lightyear. I think you're in the same boat with me. I cannot put into words how excited I am for this movie. That we got a new TV spot for it. It looks so good. Pixar is knocking it out of the park once again. And it feels a little Star Wars, feels a little sci-fi, feels a little Star Trek. So many things in this. It just looks incredible. And, it's not your typical Pixar fare. It's not this goofy movie. It is kind of some goofiness to it, but it also seems very grounded and a lot of fun. And, this newest TV spot really got me even more hyped than I thought I could be.
Oh, this is the Pixar movie I'm going to see in theaters. And I haven't seen a Pixar film in theaters since, I don't remember. I've been Finding Dory, but that was a odd one.
I think I watched Toy Story 4, and I cried like a baby. And that's the last time I was in a theater for Pixar. And before that, it was who knows how long.
I didn't see Toy Story 4 at all. But dang, I have to. That's one I have to catch up on. But
Bring the tissue. Bring the tissues.
oh, of course. But this movie just seems like special. Just even the animation, it looks different from the other Pixar films I've seen, and I don't know how to quite describe it. But it's like
I agree.
they're doing something with this particular movie. Oh, and we see Zurg. We finally see Emperor Zurg.
I know.
And he's
He's a big robot dude. That's cool.
I'm kind of curious if this is like proto Zurg and this is like his origin story, and like are they going to give him the cape eventually? And it's like because it's based off the toys. He's evil Emperor Zurg. So it's like is Zurg just a machine who decides to become an emperor at the end, or like I'm kind of curious how this all kind of works and kind of like I'm curious the mythology of Lightyear that they're going to make with this movie. Because I kind of have like my own preconceptions because of the Buzz Lightyear animated show that they made
Right.
but this is the more serious kind of mythological version of the Lightyear mythology. So it's like, what is Zurg then in this universe? Like, what is the real Zurg like? Essentially,
Yeah, that's what I'm really interested in because, like, and I think maybe I said something similar last time. I'm going to say it again because I'm very curious about this. I'm very interested in like how deep this is going to go with the Lightyear, Buzz Lightyear, Toy Story kind of mythology. We're told this movie is supposed to be it's a movie within a movie. Basically, it's like when Andy was getting hyped when he got that Buzz Lightyear action figure. He's like, yes, I got it. He's thinking about this movie. This is the movie that he went to see and get hyped about Buzz Lightyear. And so basically it's a more grounded, a more realistic version of like what we see of the toy version, obviously. And there's certain things like his laser pointer is like it's like a blaster almost. It kind of like fires like
right?
Like these laser bullet things, which is really cool. And everything looks big, but it's also like very kind of realistic and more faithful to the original design. I mean, he's in a green and white suit. Like it's pretty spot on, but it's obviously changed up to make it look more like an actual space costume. But I'm just curious, like, what the mythology is, because there's so much there with, everything from Toy Story 1, him talking about, I have the plans to destroy the Death Star. He basically he explains the plot of he explains the plot of Star Wars and like that whole thing. And obviously it's an homage. Like, are they going to take some of that? Are they going to lean into the whole idea of like this is kind of inspired by Star Wars, kind of a Toy Story's version of Star Wars, Star Trek, whatever? Because he gives the Vulcan salute in Toy Story 1, and then you have the whole thing with like obviously it's a joke, but it is in there. Zurg is like, I am your father. Like that's a plot line in Toy Story 2. Are they going to go there? Like, are we going to get that? I don't know. But
I know, and it's funny, like the way like Buzz is more Captain Kirk than he is Luke Skywalker, even though he's searching for the Death Star plans.
right,
And it's sort of funny that Chris Evans, too many Chris's. Chris Evans Lightyear reminded me a little of Chris Pines' Captain Kirk in terms of like a little less hammy, not like the Kirk Enterprise Spock, not the Will Shatner kind of over the topness. And it's kind of like this Chris Evans Lightyear, a bit more, a little less machismo and kind of like Captain America, essentially, Steve Rogers.
Right, basically Captain America in space, which we
Right.
have seen, but not quite to this extent.
Mhm.
But I do like I like the kind of the premise of this. It's not like they're on Earth. Like it seems from what I take from this, it's like they're kind of on this mission and they've been out here maybe I don't know how long. They're out in deep space and they're on this planet it's infested with Drengir, maybe.
They go to Dagobah, apparently one shot.
Right,
Like
and
Dagobah.
so blast off, and I guess maybe Buzz has to get back to Earth. Maybe I'm not sure. To go get help or whatever. But it's a very interesting premise. I like that it's very
Right,
the animation is more maybe grounded, more realistic a little bit, but it's still got the Pixar isms. It's very the people are kind of a little exaggerated, not quite as much as like the Incredibles. Or
Zurg's
whatever.
more like a monster trying to chase them than he is like. That's again, I hate to make it about Zurg, but Zurg's kind of my favorite character. Like he's one of my favorite Disney villains, and it's sort of like this Zurg feels more like the monster chasing you than kind of the evil emperor scheming, plotting. And it's sort of like I'm kind of curious if like is that even Zurg? Is that going to be the Zurg we know? Or are they going to be just this thing controlling, and there's another Zurg? Or will this Zurg gain intelligence as time goes on and become more the schemer plotter who build the Death Star-like weapon? If they even decide to do that, if they want to rip off
Right.
Star Wars.
It's funny because I'm kind of wondering, like, okay, if the toy version of Buzz Lightyear that we see in Toy Story is supposed to be based on this
movie.
Buzz Lightyear in this movie, how faithful is it, and how much creative liberties are they taking, or are we supposed to believe that, like, maybe in that universe they had Buzz Lightyear Star Command, like they had that animated series, and that's kind of what it's based on, and then the Lightyear movie is like a gritty reboot of that.
I mean, it's possible that, like, you know how you get an Iron Man toy that talks and sounds nothing like Tony Stark, and then they kind of have other versions of MCU of Marvel stuff that's like nothing like the movies. Maybe it's like that, where it's like, this is the original movie that started the franchise, and then they make the cruddy toys that don't sound anything like the actors, or even like, or like act like the characters. There's no nuance. It's just Buzz Lightyear to the rescue. And then the toys are like the cheapo animated series that they make because they don't want to put money into it, like Marvel does. And I'm sorry to people who love the Marvel animated stuff now. I'm sorry. There's good Marvel animated stuff out there. Watch the Spectacular Spider-Man. It's the best animated Spider-Man show. It's true. But
I just love the fact that they're basically retconning it so that Tim Allen is a cheap knockoff of Chris Evans' Buzz Lightyear.
But it would totally happen, wouldn't it? Tim Allen would be the cheap knockoff to Chris Evans.
Yeah, but it just looks so good. Like, it looks really good, and it's very different from anything I've seen before from Pixar. And Pixar, you know, they've had their screw ups, but I think for the most part they produce winners. And I can't wait to see this in a theater.
I don't want to say this feels like the first adventure Pixar film. But I'm trying to think of like all the Pixar movies. But every Pixar movie had an adventure to it, like Toy Story and stuff. It's like, you know, Toy Story, about toys who come to life, cars. It's about cars in the little town. This feels like this is like Pixar's trying to do, I don't want to say serious sci-fi, because like Inside Out is always, Inside Out that's not sci-fi, but it's like, it's serious, but like serious action adventure sci-fi, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. It feels like the best
Mature?
word I can put to it, the most mature, the most realistic. Like, in the sense that, like, I don't want to say sincere, because I think all the Pixar movies to an extent are sincere, even though they're comedies
either, because
they're goofy, but they're also they're believing in what they're doing. It's ridiculous sometimes, whether it's, you know, two elf dudes with their, you know, half of their father and they're on a road trip, or it's, you know, toys coming to life, or fish talking, or whatever else. They're all sincere to whatever they're doing, no matter how ridiculous the circumstances is. It's trying to make you believe in it, and they do. And you know, Toy Story is one of my favorite franchises ever, and it's very emotional and the story is very deep and very spot on. But this feels more along the lines of, it's just humans doing stuff. It's humans in space doing stuff.
This also feels, to add to the mature thing, this feels like Toy Story 3 in a sense that I feel like the target demographic, and I can use it very superficially, you know, a lot of Pixar films are very more mature than some of the adult stuff, but this feels like the target demographic is more ages 10 to 13. Well, I feel like some of the other Pixar films are more 7 to 10, if that makes sense. And I hate saying that because it's not, it's so superficial.
Yeah, because, like, I think obviously it's going to be people our age that have grown up with Buzz Lightyear. It's going to be the Adam Sandler meme, sitting in a group of kids, and he's an adult and he's watching the movie, because that's what it's going to be, a bunch of grown-ass adults watching a kids movie because we grew up with Buzz Lightyear. But also, you're right, I think it is probably skewing a little bit more mature. It's not as goofy as, Finding Nemo or whatever. It's not got the slapstick. It's not gonna have the slapstick comedy of a movie that would ultimately appeal more to your 3 to 5-year-old demographic.
This is
So
Star Wars back in '77 kind of demographic.
right, where it's funny, it's goofy, it's
It's for
sci-fi
kids.
fantasy, it's for kids, but it's a little more mature a little bit. It's not, it's a bit, it's closer to, if there's like a spectrum between Deadpool and Teletubbies.
Yeah.
It's closer to Deadpool. Just a little bit closer.
I mean, yeah, but still far away.
Just still worlds apart there, and it's in the middle. It's in the
And
middle.
I would be remiss also to say, thanks to certain things that happened, they put back an LGBTQ subplot. Thank goodness. Or I think it's I forget. Is it a subplot or a kiss? I forget which one. 'Cause I've heard both
I think
subplot
it's
and a
just, I
kiss.
think from what I've heard, it's a kiss and maybe two characters, because they do that a lot. They'll be like 2 characters, and you're like, okay, I know y'all are gay. I know it. Like, they're definitely setting it up, but then nothing ever comes of it. I think maybe it was one of those, and then there was like a kiss confirming it. So, and so they apparently had edited it out because Disney.
Yeah.
And then some stuff happened, and Disney's like, maybe we shouldn't do that, and they put it back. So
Good on Pixar, at least. Good on Pixar
yeah,
for
so
fighting.
good on Pixar for thing, and good on Pixar for having a movie that's going to go to theaters. Felt really sorry for Pixar, and the fact that just a little bit of, it just feels like Disney was like, oh yeah, Pixar movies, they're a little bit lesser than,
Which is
and
strange because I've heard great things about Turning Red. So
right, but they don't deserve the movie theater experience. And I think the truth is far more in the camp of Pixar is some of the best in movies, period, right now. They make some of the best stories and best movies ever, in my opinion. And it's, as they say, animation is not a genre, okay? It's
animation
not.
is just as much a proper film as anything.
Exactly.
And I'm gonna be honest. There are animated shows, animated movies that are marketed towards children that I honestly think are more mature, nuanced, and deep thinking than some of the stuff that are made by adults these days. Like, I've watched children's shows that's like, this is way more mature than any adult thing I've seen.
It is amazing. But
And also, Lightyear feels like a movie that is made for theaters. Like, I want to see this on the big screen.
yeah, I don't want to watch this at home on my computer screen or on my phone in my underwear. I don't want to do that, okay? I want to
No.
watch it in a proper theater with a bucket of popcorn and a giant screen, okay?
I want to be with a bunch of my grown-up friends as we all cheer because we see our hero Buzz Lightyear, and all the kids are looking at us like we're a bunch of weirdos, because we are. But
And
it's
then-
Buzz Lightyear.
And then I'll have to hide some tissues in my pocket because inevitably it's a Pixar movie and it's gonna make me cry.
Especially when he says to infinity and beyond for the first time. It's like we're all gonna be like, "Mm."
And see, I want this to be a full-fledged, like, expansive franchise. I want Lightyear 2. I want all this kind of stuff. A Zurg origin movie. Just do it all. Do it all. Go all out with this, because I think this has the makings of a giant franchise waiting to happen.
The meta MCU of the Toy Story universe. This is what Andy goes to see every 2 years. This is his Star Wars.
Exactly. Like, this is the Lightyear cinematic universe is the thing. It's the talk of the town in the Toy Story universe.
Exactly. I'm hyped for this film. I am so hyped.
I cannot wait. When is it coming out? Let me look this up. I'm just doing Googling on the fly here. Lightyear comes
Every time we talk about this film, I just get hyped for it. Like, it's one of those things like where I don't think about it, but then when I talk about it, I'm like, oh my god, I'm so ready for this film.
June 17th. So not far. Not
and after
far at all.
Kenobi too, so we get the hype.
Oh
of
man.
Kenobi. This.
Gosh. Whew.
So excited.
Yeah, this is gonna be good. Yeah, see, right now I'm like, Morbius is in theaters. I don't want to see that. Fantastic Beasts is showing up.
No.
I don't want to see that. There's
No.
nothing to watch right now. And then like when June hits, it's gonna be like just insanity. And even before that, because we got May 6th. We're not that far away from Doctor Strange, but God. By the
Yeah.
time when May hits, it's gonna be insanity. There's gonna be like 8 movies that I want to see at once, and I don't have that much money. Jeez. Okay. Well, I think we did it, Joel.
Hooray!
I think we are actually finished. We discussed all the news. There's literally nothing else to discuss, and I think it's time to go to bed. Okay, I'm
All
tired.
right.
I was
Yeah.
tired when I started this podcast.
It's funny. The last time I was the one who was secretly exhausted, and I had to keep it together. But now I actually had a lot of energy, so it's like, yay!
Yeah, I just love because behind the scenes, a little tidbit here. After Joel came to me afterwards. He's like, "Oh yeah, I was tired that whole time, and I had to keep thinking." I'm like, "What? That was you tired? Like
I had a splitting headache.
you had so much energy, and we're just like running, talking laps around me, and it's just crazy." And I was like, "Wow, if that's you tired, then I don't, I'm scared to see you when you're hyper." Whew. But
Excited.
Joel, it's been a pleasure, man, to have you back on. Thank you so much for coming on.
And we gotta do Lightyear. We gotta do Lightyear now.
Oh, I think it's a given now. I think you have an open invitation to come back for Lightyear. I think it just has to happen now. Yeah, so that's coming up very soon. And so many other things. And we've got the thing. I can't confirm the date, but I will say, I will confirm this now, that it's going to be happening pretty soon. Our good buddy Chad will be back on the show, and we're going to be talking about a little thing called Peacemaker.
Ooh,
because I watched that show. I enjoyed it more than I thought I would.
I've heard great things.
So if not, I think I'm going to be busy in 2 weeks. I don't think I'm going to be able to make that show happen. But we might have to work on the schedule. Just keep an eye on our socials. We'll definitely give you some updates there in regards to when our next show is going to be. But we normally broadcast every 2 weeks right here on Fandom Empire, and of course coming to you through the podcatchers on Podbean and all that kind of stuff. But first of all, Joe, again, thank you so much. Please tell the people where they can find Ion Cannon and where they can find you and follow you everywhere on social media.
Yes, well, you can find Ion Cannon at Ion Cannon Pod at EYECANON Pod POD on Twitter. That's where we tweet all our Ion Cannon stuff. Shows, fun facts, random stuff. And you can of course subscribe on our YouTube channel, Ion Cannon. Again, I like the I on Cannon. Got a little blue logo with Marchion Rose helmet. So if you're a High Republic fan, you know what that is. You can follow me at JID2021. That's my own Twitter. Sometimes I'm on it. I tweet random stuff. Other times I don't. But, I can always tweet stuff there anyway. Yeah, I always try to keep, at least Ion Cannon stuff going. So again, at Ion Cannon Pod, and, follow us on Culture Slate 2, Culture Slate family for Ion Cannon. I write articles there, so you can read my stuff. But yeah, that's where you can follow me.
That's great. Thank you so much, Joel. You are a gentleman and a scholar, as they say. Always appreciate your insight into everything, and appreciate you coming on and talking about a little bit of everything. This was a lot of fun. And as I said, every 2 weeks we do a new show, IPC, and my good buddy Zach, who is not with us tonight, but is our usual co-host, will be back in maybe about 30 days, maybe. Fingers crossed. Maybe he'll be back pretty soon, I think. And we're gonna have a lot to talk about with him. As soon as Moon Knight wraps up, I am positive that we will be doing a wrap-up discussion on that. So that'll be about 5 weeks-ish away. And so many other things. And
live long and prosper.
And I think we're coming up on our 7th.
I had to say
Live long and prosper. We're coming up on our 7th anniversary here at IPC.
Ooh,
Crazy.
hooray.
So
Big
yeah, that's
7.
gonna be, or maybe the 8th. I'm
Hmm.
not sure. I'm
Yeah, I
not
get
sure.
confused too after a certain number of numbers. Like I stopped counting.
Yeah, well, okay, you'll find out which number it is at some point. It's next month. It's coming very soon, and we're gonna have a show devoted to it, the whole shebang. It's gonna be a lot of fun. So plugs really quick before we wrap this up. You can follow us at IPC Podcast on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. You can follow Zach at Zach the Voice on social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, all that stuff. You can follow me personally at Ben Hart with no E, exactly how it sounds on social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, all those things. I pretty much only post on one of those things, normally speaking. Pretty much Facebook, but yeah, if you want to follow me, I have tweeted a little bit recently. Okay, I will admit it. Okay, I have been on Twitter, so if for some reason you want to hear more of what's coming out of my mouth, go follow me there. And as Joel mentioned, at Culture Slate is where you can find Culture Slate and all the counts and stuff that we do over there. We're doing all kinds of crazy stuff. I'm running social media. Joel is doing a bunch of stuff.
Help him. I used to help him with social media, but they decided to switch me over to writing. So help this guy.
You're doing amazing stuff for the writing team. You're writing articles, you're writing videos. A lot of the videos that are on our YouTube channel over on Culture Slate, the Culture Slate Network, are written by Mr. Joel Davis, and they're amazing. So it's great to see you doing that. And yeah, and we could always use help. If you seriously, like, if you have a creative bug, if you have something in your head, like, I want to do something, go over to Culture Slate. Go find one of the links to sign up for the social media team or the writing team or something. Get in,
or
get
all
in
three. You can join all the teams. I'm part of all the teams at this point.
Yeah. So and it's a fun environment. And a lot of really exciting things in the works that I'm honored. It's an honor and privilege to be involved with what we're doing over there.
Oh,
So
I love it.
Yeah.
Honor.
It's great stuff. So yeah, follow at Culture Slate and follow also part of Culture Slate, the Star Wars Underworld at the SW. We're on the Culture Slate Network along with a bunch of other great shows.
12 more years. 12 more years.
We're about to celebrate our 12th anniversary, which is just mind blowing. And we've been doing, for just a little bit less time than that, we've been doing a podcast, and we're now on YouTube over at the Star Wars Underworld. Just search it up and ignore that one video of the Star Wars Underworld test footage. And you will find our show somewhere in there, and it's a lot of fun. We do the latest Star Wars news, even when there's not any Star Wars news. Joel will send us a whole book of of listener feedback, and we read his notes. So that's fine too. So we'll always find something to kill time. So that's a lot of fun. Also, you can, getting back to IPC, you can support the show at patreon.com/IPC podcast. Of course, sign up there. For as little as much as you want, you can support the show and get some awesome kickbacks. You can follow the audio versions of our show on ipcpodcast.podbean.com. You can buy IPC swag over at tpublic.com/user/IPC podcast. And of course, if you're watching the show, you are on Fandom Empire, and they have a lot of stuff going on here in regards to all kinds of stuff. We kind of tip the iceberg here in IPC in regards to talking about all kinds of things pop culture. They go fully in depth with everything, and a bunch of different amazing shows coming out every week here. So yeah, we're only bi-weekly here on Fandom Empire, every other Friday night, but they have stuff weekly here, so definitely go ahead and subscribe so you get it show up in your feed, and when IPC comes up, you will get it as well. And also, I should mention iTunes. Please subscribe and leave a review. Really any of the podcatchers, but especially over at Apple Podcasts /iTunes / whatever they're calling it these days, because it does help us out a lot. And sometimes people are mean. They leave bad reviews for no reason. We didn't do nothing to you. You left a bad review. You left a 1-star review. What do we do to deserve that?
Well,
So,
I'll give him 1 star. I like Last Jedi. There's a bajillion 1 stars. How dare he put the poster of the movie that destroyed Luke Skywalker?
Oh my God! Yeah, let's not even go there. Let's not even go there. Yeah. So go leave a 5-star review, preferably, because yeah, it helps us out a lot. I think that's about it. I think we did it. I promise one day I will bring back Barbecue Watch. It's gonna
Yes.
happen. It doesn't feel right doing it without Zach. And plus I haven't really had a good discussion topic.
My dad
To
barbecued
discuss.
some burgers a couple of weeks ago, so that was
Yeah.
quite the
Oh,
barbecue.
barbecue burgers are good. They are really good on the grill. Oh yeah, good. I'm getting hungry. Late night snack, because it's late, guys, real late. Look, I think that's about all I can say at this point. Love talking all about this stuff. Joel, thank you so much, sir, for
Thank
joining
you for
us.
inviting me. You know, I know it was last notice, but hey, you know, again, if you ever need a last minute co-host, just let me know. I probably would be free most of the time.
Well, I appreciate that. I always love my friends who are willing to come on podcasts at absolute just god awful late notices, and make things happen. And you helped make this show happen. It was great. I appreciate you coming on. Special thanks to Zach Arnold wherever he is. We hope he can make it back very soon. And he's obviously got a lot going on with his career that we list him the best of luck. But that's gonna do it for episode number 345 of the Intergalactic Peace Collection podcast. Of course, for myself, Ben, Joel, Zach, our producer Sean, thanks to everyone for watching and listening. Hope you come back very soon. And we appreciate you so much for all your support. But before we leave you, we're just going to leave you with this closing thought. Belief is not a matter of choice, but of conviction. We hope you choose to return to the IPC podcast in 2 weeks' time, or 4 weeks' time, or whenever you get a chance. But until next time, good night, everyone.
Night.
And I don't know if Sean came back or not. I talked to him, I texted him, and he said he was falling asleep.
Oh no, not again.
So he may have fallen asleep again, and the stream may go on for another 3 hours. I don't know. The fact that we're still here and the music's not playing or anything like that is maybe a testament. I guess we just went a little too long. Oopsie.
Well, secret topics. Excited for Shadows of this book. Bring that on.
That is good. That is. I'm looking. Ooh, that is. Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting back into some audiobooks. That's gonna be good.
I just got the Queen's Hope audiobook, so I'm excited to look at that after I finish Out of the Shadows. I mean, I've only read one of the Padme books, so I'm excited to get into the third one.
That's cool. That's cool. I've read the first 2. I have to check out the third one. I have to do that. Well, I know it is getting late for everyone. I don't want to leave you guys, and I think I'm gonna have to run in a minute. I don't know if anybody's still watching or listening or whatever. I do appreciate all you guys for hanging out with us. As late
Sorry
as
in the comments if I didn't say hello, Matthew, my
I
co-host. I'm
know.
sorry.
I'm not good
see this
at
at the
watching
end.
comments and doing a show at the same time. I can't
text you.
multitask like that.
So, you know, you missed a bunch of interesting stuff. Talk about Star Trek. But yeah, what do you need fandom counseling on, Ben?
Yeah, I love. Okay, let's say David Livingston. I'm gonna go ahead and respond to comments. Then I'm actually gonna. MCU has made movies from good side of mediocre to outstanding. Warner in the 21st century has made DC movies from horrible to mediocre. That's a.
I mean, they're definitely an uneven scoreboard.
It's less consistent. I would say that DC has made some. I think Zack Snyder's Justice League was pretty darn good. I like Shazam a lot. I like
I love
Wonder Woman
Shazam.
a lot. I liked Aquaman a
Batman.
whole lot. The Batman was really good. But there's just there's the Suicide Squad, not the Suicide Squad, and there's Batman v Superman, and there's more mixed
Man of
bags.
Steel. I didn't like Man of
So
Steel.
I don't know if it's fair to say, if you don't like all of them, that's fine. But I wouldn't say that like all of them have been bad. Like, no, there's been some good stuff. There's been some good stuff. It's just Marvel has kind of got their formula down, and DC
has actors who go to jail twice.
I can't believe they have one actor and one franchise like, oh, we're gonna get this off the ground, and like before we can even come out,
Well,
the
the
guy
thing
just
about the
goes
Flash
nuts.
is that it's supposed to reboot the universe. Like, it's gonna make Michael Keaton the Batman next, and kind of prepare for like a universe with like different Batman. But now you got Batgirl, and it's like we're gonna kind of reboot in universe to kind of wipe away some of the stuff we don't like and keep the stuff we do like. It's almost like the erase the sequel trilogy thing, but in real life, but with DC, which DC is known to do in its comics, so there is precedent for it.
Yeah. David says time travel stories are almost always problematic. They almost always create an unresolved paradox that the writers are either not smart enough to understand or just hoping that the audience is too stupid to notice. In City on the Edge of Forever, for instance, if McCoy goes back in time and prevents the creation of the Federation, how are Kirk and Spock still there to go back and stop him? Even more fundamentally, if McCoy stops the creation of the Federation, how could McCoy have... And it cut off his comment.
I City on the Edge of Forever. That's actually supposed to be considered one of the best Star Trek episodes.
Yeah.
He also said DS9 was the worst Star Trek spin-off.
Oh, I didn't even mention that comment, but that's a fire.
Some fighting words. That's some fighting words for me. I love.
Glad Zach wasn't here to see that. He would.
Oh, does he like Deep Space Nine?
Oh, Zach loves Deep Space Nine.
Oh, I gotta get. Oh, I hope Zach and I.
I'm telling you, I need to get you two together because, like, y'all could talk up a storm about Zach will never shut up about Deep Space Nine. So,
I'm looking for the Star Wars show that's like the Deep Space Nine of Star Wars.
Yeah, I'm telling you, they're gonna do something. They're gonna do a spinoff or something with Deep Space Nine. It's gonna happen.
I hope so.
And speaking of time travel, I mean, Star Trek always has that crux of they can just go back in time and do stuff. And yeah, I see where David's coming from there. It's like, time travel is always problematic. Like, if you think too hard about the Back to the Future movies, it does start to fall apart a bit.
Try being a Doctor Who fan. It's like they gave up. Like they don't even care.
They don't even care. And I think that's the best time travel stories, is just like they don't care. They just go with it. I think like the most realistic time travel story may be in Star Wars Rebels. It may be The World Between Worlds, because if you think about it, Ezra time travels. Ezra goes back and he pulls Ahsoka out of that moment, but it always happened that way.
See, that's the time travel I like.
Yeah, so nothing was changed. Ahsoka was always pulled out of the moment. It's just that Ezra didn't see himself do it. So I like that.
It's kind of the your own grandfather kind of paradox, where it's like where you're supposed to travel back in time and meet your grandmother and kind of be your own grandfather. Kind of, it's a little creepy, sure, but it's like that's kind of the time travel I like. It's like it's almost predetermined destiny, but it's not. It's kind of predetermined destiny, but it's not. But like it's the universe kind of saying you always travel back in time. You always are meant to do this.
And I love the MCU version of it. It's just like Marvel just like also didn't care, because they're just like, oh yeah, if you go back in time, you just create alternate universe. If you take something out of the timeline, it just creates a new timeline, and nothing happens.
It's probably another easy way to explain it and kind of not mess things up.
It took me like 5 times watching Endgame to like get what they meant by it.
Makes it even more confusing with the Captain America stuff. Like,
oh yeah, that's when it like goes off the rails. It's like, wait, he went back and then he stayed. What? Okay.
Until he got old, and then he kind of went back to his universe old, I guess. But it kind of implies he went back in time to the mainline universe, and then just kind of met them when he was older on that spot exactly, and lived through everything. So it's kind of weird. Doctor Who always changes its rules from like multiverse to predetermined to who cares.
Sean, are you here?
Behind the scenes stuff,
I
folks.
saw that he saw my message. I don't know if he was here. We're done, by the way. We're literally just shooting the breeze. We finished the show. So.
Oh, by the way, I agree with Matthew. Holland over every other Peter Parker. Yep, I agree. He's my favorite Peter Parker.
I agree. I agree too. I think. Look, I after watching the Amazing Spider-Man movies, I gained a new appreciation for Andrew Garfield, and especially after No Way Home, and Tobey Maguire. Even though I think his whole shtick of a clearly grown man playing a teenager is a bit weird. Like, he deserves points and a lot of passes for originating that character.
I mean, I've always had kind of the controversial opinion of Garfield, Holland, then Toby as sort of the Spider-Man. I feel Garfield is the closest to what I kind of picture the comics, and Holland's like he's getting there more and more with every movie. And then Toby's kind of doing his own thing, which is good, but it's not my favorite thing.
The whole thing, I think it comes down to is the thing that this is not an original thought. This is literally everyone on the internet has ever said this, but I like it. Is like you have Tobey Maguire. Tobey Maguire is the best Peter Parker. Like, he's really good at doing Peter Parker, being this awkward, just down on his luck, absolute, just everything goes wrong for him.
Mm-hmm.
But he's not very good at the Spider-Man. He's not very good at the quips and all that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. Andrew Garfield, on the other hand, was really good at being Spider-Man. He was really good at all the quips and the jokes and stuff like that, and being Spider-Man. Whereas he was a bit too broody to be Peter Parker. He was a bit too almost playboy in a sense.
He reminded me a little of Bendis' Ultimate Run a little bit.
Fair enough.
I don't know if you read the Ultimate comics.
No, I don't think I've ever read a single Marvel comic.
Either have I. I've read.
I'm familiar with them. I'm familiar with a lot of the plot lines, just watching channels and listening to podcasts like that where they talk about it. But yeah, I'm kind of out of the loop with that. But then Tom Holland, I think they really picked someone who could do both.
Yeah,
pick someone who could.
Who actually looks like a teenager.
Who looks like a teenager, who acts like a teenager. He is a teenager. I think he was at the time. I think he was probably like 19 when they cast him. So like he felt like an actual teenager. Mm-hmm. And then he plays the Spider-Man, and he's got the jokes. He's got the Spider-Man-isms. I think he fits
relationship in the MCU.
And it's no disrespect to like Andrew Garfield and Toby. I think it was just part of the process of like they were trying to find the right actor. It took them 3 tries, but they finally found the perfect actor to play Spider-Man, and
and then they had him go up against Will Dafoe, the best Goblin. So real challenge.
And see, having Willem Dafoe, like, that's like, how do you top that? Like, everyone, how do you say, okay, we're gonna cast a new Green Goblin? How do you do that? How do you follow Willem Dafoe? Like, you can't. Like, that's like, I'm totally game for like casting someone, but you can't try to replicate that. It's gonna have to be somebody like completely different.
And what's sad? What's sad? Is his name Chris Cooper? I always wanted to call him Chris Cooper from Amazing Spider-Man 2, who played Norman.
Oh, that is Dane DeHaan.
No, not Dane DeHaan. There was a Norman Osborn.
Oh, yeah. Isn't it?
I want to say his name Chris Cooper, but I don't remember.
Norman Osborn, Amazing Spider-Man. Like one scene. Why do you not? Okay, played by. What? What? No, not that. What are you doing, man?
Amazing Spider-Man 2, Norman Osborn. Not normal. Norman Osborn. He played by actor
Yes.
Chris Cooper. Yep, I was right.
Okay, there you go. There you go.
He played by Chris Cooper, and that script does not give that actor justice. Like if they had if the actor who they got, he would have been a great Norman Osborn, and I think a good Green Goblin too. Like it wouldn't have been Will Dafoe, but I think it would have been something unique and different enough to kind of stand on its own. Sort of like the difference between Jack Nicholson and Heath Ledger. They're doing very
Right.
different things. And I think Will Dafoe gets that '60s comics vibe of kind of like the crazy, cackling madman. While I think Chris Cooper could have embodied the more modern day Green Goblin businessman kind of thing. It's just the script doesn't do it justice, which I think is a lot of Amazing Spider-Man's. Like great actors, great chemistry, great. I love Dave DeHaan as Harry, and even the Goblin to a certain extent, but bad script. The weight's not the words are not the paper does not justify the weight those actors are giving, and that's a film that's the directing and the acting are pitch perfect, but the script is terrible, probably not great.
Yeah, it's all over the place. Like the movie Amazing Spider-Man 2 especially trying to do too many things at once.
But we
Like I
could
think
talk
there's
about
a
Amazing
lot.
Spider-Man.
Yeah, seriously, I would love to talk about the Amazing Spider-Man movies. I want to do like a whole Spider-Man thing where we talk about all the movies at some point.
Ooh, you gotta get me on there because I have controversial opinions about the Spider-Man movies.
Oh, I bet you do. But Amazing Spider-Man 2 is just it's doing some interesting things, but it opens with a plane crash with his parents, and it's just they're trying to add so much intrigue and stuff like that with his parents. It's just I just want, I think they were trying too hard not to be the Raimi movies and trying to be more grounded and realistic, and there's espionage and all this kind of stuff.
I hate making this comparison because I'm sure a bunch of people have, and I hate it because I actually really, really like Amazing Spider-Man 2. I like it more than I think a lot of the Raimi films.
I enjoyed it. I thought it was okay.
Here's my weird. To me, Amazing Spider-Man 2, it's sort of in the same. I feel the same way about it, the same way I feel about Rise of Skywalker. It's so many great, kind of cool ideas. The acting's really good. It has a lot of great moments, but it doesn't necessarily gel together quite. Doesn't I feel about the same way feel about Amazing Spider-Man 2. I feel about Rise of Skywalker. Essentially,
Rise of Skywalker is a movie that I don't enjoy that much, but there's some perfect moments in that movie. There's some just excellent scenes. I feel the same way about Amazing Spider-Man. There's some overall the picture is muddled and there's a lot of not so great stuff, but you watch the Gwen death scene is so powerful. It's so good, and it even made more powerful
love
by
Peter and Gwen. They're
they're that's perfect casting. I want Emma Stone to play Gwen Stacy again. I hope they just do her again and just.
I like
bring
her more than
back.
Kristen Dunst.
Oh yeah, as far as I love they're the original Kirsten Dunst and Tobey Maguire. They're great, but they had no chemistry. They're so awkward. They're not great, and they're the original, so they get a pass. But they're nothing compares to that. I would say Emma Stone and Andrew Garfield's their chemistry was rivaled, if not surpassed, Zendaya and Tom Holland.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think I like Tom Holland and Zendaya more, but I think I see them as oh, they're so cute because they're so little. And I feel they're probably as old as I am at this point. But to me, they feel little. Well, Andrew Garfield and Emma Stone feel like adults.
Again, it's Tom Holland and Zendaya feel like kids because they kind of are, but they also they're not. Zendaya is I don't know how old she is. You see her in other things, she looks like a woman. She's incredible.
Probably our age.
And then she's probably a little closer to our age. Whereas you see her in those movies, she looks like a teenager. she looks like a freshman in high school because that's what she's supposed to be, and she's dressed that way. Whereas what they have Emma Stone wearing and what they have Andrew Garfield wearing and their hair and all this kind of stuff, they
They're 40s.
don't even try.
They're like
They're
older
supposed to be like
30-year-olds.
they're supposed to be like, high school graduates. They look like they should be college graduates.
It's worse in the Raimi films where they look where they look like they're like the oldest 30-year-olds going to high school.
At least like in the Raimi films, like the like halfway through the first film, he gets out of high school and goes into college like that. So they kind of get past it. They really should have just surpassed high school altogether because.
But remind me next time we do a topic if we should just do the Spider-Man movie retrospective. I got a lot of controversial opinions on it. Like I'm gonna be honest, I think I like the Amazing films more than the Raimi ones overall in terms of if the MCU didn't exist, I think I would have to pick Amazing over the Raimi films in terms of like what my personal feelings of Spider-Man are.
I think maybe a retrospective is in order around the time of maybe when Across the Spider-Verse comes out.
Oh yeah,
I think that would be a lot of fun.
Well, then Into the Spider-Verse just blows everything away at this point. As far as I'm concerned.
Right. But just like that whole legacy of all those movies,
Mhm.
and now No Way Home is like connected them into its own one big series, which is phenomenal. So I just love like kids these days. They don't even know. They're gonna be watching.
Yeah.
They're gonna go back and watch. They're gonna watch No Way Home and be like, "Oh, who's this new Doc Ock guy? Who's this Green Goblin guy?" And then they're gonna watch back like the Raimi films. Like, wait a minute, these guys were in these movies. What? Like, they're gonna have their mind blown.
I mean, it's nice to see the Amazing films though get some love on the Twitter and not be like those Amazing films are trashy as trash. Like, hey, for anyone who says it's like the sequel trilogies will never get that treatment of being the Renaissance, look at the Amazing films. They were like despised once upon a time. I was there. I skipped out on those films for other reasons. Like, I didn't despise them, but like I just thought, oh, are they just remaking the Raimi films again? I didn't know at the time. It's like, but they were loathed. But like, how dare Sony quit Spider-Man 4? Although I think there is some legit complaints of kind of how they kind of treated Raimi, and make this kind of cash grab thing. But like now the Amazing kids are growing up. It's like, hey, we didn't get our fair share. There's some good things in these movies that people once considered terrible.
It's amazing that
Spider-Man and Star Wars fandom are very similar.
Yeah. And it's amazing that like both Toby and Andrew's franchises really ended on lower notes. They ended on like, oh my god, this is bad. Blah, blah, blah,
Mhm.
blah. Spider-Man 3, Amazing Spider-Man 2, those suck, whatever else. And then like Tom Holland comes out and he's like the first one to have like a third movie, a last movie that is genuinely great and beloved. And it includes them. So it's technically by default their movie too.
Best superhero trilogy.
It
probably.
is like it's one of the strongest. I love the fact that like if anything else, like MCU has really created some great trilogies. I love the Captain America trilogy. We got a Thor trilogy, which is but like it's good. The last one's good. Now we got a Spider-Man trilogy, which is
Iron Man trilogy technically, if we just want to count the solo
That's true
film.
too. That's true too. And I don't know. Will Iron Man 2 ever gets comeuppance? Will people ever?
I know
look back
people
on
who
it and go
think
like,
it's just
"Hey,
fun. It's okay.
Hey, it's better than what I think. People are kind of like, there's so many new things to hate. No one hates Iron Man 2 anymore. It's just like, it's a movie, whatever.
It's been
It
improved
happens.
over time as certain arcs kind of continued.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, do you have to go to bed? I mean, I could talk to you more for hours. I could go.
I know any minute now I'm gonna have to leave probably. But I'll stay another minute or two. Why not? Just trying.
Did you see that Joker deleted scene, by the way, or the Batman?
I
Did that
did.
come out when you did the review, or did it come out afterwards?
Yeah, I think it came out afterwards. We saw that. I saw part of it. I didn't see the whole thing.
I like that deleted scene, and I think it kind of. I wish they kept that in and not the one at the end, because I know for a fact that was not kind of like. I know people say, oh, they had to put in an end credit scene, and apparently, like, no, Matt Reeves actually just wanted to show Joker because he just thought, hey, we have a Batman world. why shouldn't the Joker be around? Like that's kind of his thought process, and I respect that. Kind of like, hey, it's a Batman universe. Joker should be around somewhere. It's not like everything has to be a new origin. But I kind of like the Hannibal Lecter kind of Batman visiting the Joker and the two kind of having their repertoire with each other.
Yeah, I'm biased. I like I like Barry Keoghan a lot.
He sounds like Jerome from Gotham.
Yeah. I liked his character in Eternals. I think he's a great actor. So like I'm totally game for like a new take on the Joker, and the fact that he's doing it, and then from what I've seen, he looks really good and interesting. So like, you know, I think it makes sense to kind of go back to this and to start teasing him. And I'm not even convinced he's going to be in the next movie. Like he may not.
I
He
think
may
he's
just
supposed to be
in
in that Arkham series that they're making.
Maybe. But I think you know, just kind of teasing him, having him be there in the background, and maybe he'll be the one in the third movie. I don't know. Maybe he'll be in the next one. Who knows? But I like the Riddler. I like what Matt Reeves is doing there. You know, I wasn't. I don't know. That movie wasn't like I didn't love it. Like it's not my favorite Batman movie, but like I like what they're doing with that whole universe. And so like
It
going
might be
forward is-
mine. No, Mask of the Phantasm is still my favorite Batman movie. If we can count the theatrical movies.
Yeah, that's it's there's a lot of thankfully there's a lot to choose from now. So so who knows? But gonna be interesting.
I love the fact if this goes on for like another 5 hours, but we're just goners at this point.
Oh my goodness.
The best is yet to come.
I want to see if there's any other news dropped or anything while we were recording. I'm not sure.
Wouldn't that be something? I hope we get some cool new stuff from Celebration, but I'm not expecting too much. Just for them to focus on what we are.
Seems like they're getting the rotation of every like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday dropping stuff.
Yeah.
So I think maybe we'll get like next week around Wednesday, Thursday. They'll drop some more panels and stuff like that. We'll get confirmations, maybe more guest confirmations.
They're doing Attack of the Clones anniversary.
I wonder if we'll get confirmation of Hayden and Ewan.
Yeah.
Are they gonna like save that? But like they usually, I think one thing that they have to do is if anybody's like doing autograph stuff, they have to announce them ahead of time. Versus when they're just gonna show up on stage, they'll make it a surprise.
I'm glad we're getting Bad Batch something related. Like, yay! I'm glad that show has not been forgotten.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, because like I think I mentioned this to you. Like I've heard people talking about, oh yeah, you know what's going on? Is it even gonna happen now? Yes, it's happening. Yes, it's still on, and I'm low key really excited for that.
Me too. Yeah, like I love season 1. I think they can just go up from season 2. But this is our behind the scenes after hours.
This is me cutting loose.
I missed your Cutting Loose podcast, by the way. I wish you do that again. I'd love to be on a Cutting Loose podcast where we just talk about random stuff.
See, I am looking for every opportunity to bring that back. Just haven't found it. I haven't forgotten about it. Still there. Still in the back of my brain. I'm gonna bring it back. I don't know when. But I used to have time on Saturday nights, and then that changed. And so now I've been struggling to think. I'm hoping maybe do something at Celebration or something. I don't know. Maybe I have less time at Celebration. What am I talking about?
Well, if you ever spell, you are going to be near me in Celebration, so maybe you can come and visit.
Yeah. I'm hoping I can hit up the studio at some point. Because I haven't been there yet.
But I can't tell where I live because I don't want to reveal my location to your lovely audience.
No, don't do. You're on a live stream. Don't do that. You get, you get swatted if you talk about your home address. I live at 327. No, don't do that. Yeah, I don't see. There's nothing much going on now. It's everyone's kind of chill.
I have yet to watch Moon Knight. I feel bad, but like I know it's good. It's just like Moon Knight's like that one thing where like I don't know what to expect. Like I've never even heard of the character until
Well,
just now.
I will say I didn't intentionally hold off, but I was really busy. I didn't get around to watching it. I think part of it was like I wasn't really like anticipating that much with it. I didn't want to know what to think. And I wasn't really in a hurry to watch it. But once I watched it, man, it was really surprised me how well it turned out.
I was like that with WandaVision too, but then I watched it like, oh, this is actually really good. And like, oh, then by the end, like, just to talk about depression. It's like, oh, this came at the right time for me personally.
Yeah. Well, and the good thing about light waiting is that now, like, if you start like you could start to Tuesday night or Wednesday. You have 3 episodes. You can watch them back to back to back. It's nice. You can binge them
That's
all.
true. You know what? I wish Spider-Man would get a Disney Plus show because Spider-Man's so good. If you ever watch a Marvel animated series, Spectacular Spider-Man is the one to watch.
Yeah. See, man, would they ever do that? Would they? Because I feel like
Spider-Man's perfect for TV.
For Tom Holland Spider-Man, they're like, oh yeah, this is a big screen character. We're gonna put him in movies, whatever. But like, TV shows have come so far and are so big now that they really, I know we kind of see them as lesser, but they're not, man. They're not. So
And Spider-Man's perfect for TV. Like he's always been a serialized character, and he has all these villains. Like you can't do one movie for all of the Spider-Man's rogues galleries. Like especially because some of them they're not evil masterminds. Some of them are just like Scorpion. He poisons things, and that's it. There's not
imagine if you will take Spider-Man No Way Home, but do that over 8 hours, cut up into 8 episodes. Like imagine
more time for the villains.
Yeah, exactly. Like you would have more time. We could have had a whole episode, a whole hour or 2 of just Andrew, Toby, and Tom just riffing on each other. Like that would have been amazing. Like tell me, like I'm so happy that we're getting an Obi-Wan series. Like I don't want an Obi-Wan movie. I'm glad we're getting 5 or 6 episodes of just pure Obi-Wan. We're getting way more content now. Like that's great.
Oh, I think Star Wars thrives on TV in a way it never can in movies.
Because I think Star Wars at its core is like very serialized. Like it goes back to that old school style of storytelling. So I think that's the reason it kind of fits right in with all this stuff. So maybe Marvel isn't, but I think I've enjoyed most of the Marvel stuff. In fact, I've enjoyed all of it. I'm not saying it's some of my favorite, but like I think they've really done a great job. So like I think Moon Knight's really good so far. Falcon Winter Soldier is like one of my favorite series of all time. So like I think they do a lot, and I think anything can really work in this format.
Indeed. No word from Sean.
I think we lost him.
Dear.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's that. I've heard a lot of good things about the animated stuff.
Oh yeah. Oh, especially that one. The newer animated stuff I've heard mixed things about. But this is my favorite Spider-Man. This might be one of my favorite Spider-Man versions. Outside of the Tom Holland stuff and maybe the PS4 game.
Huh.
This was before the Marvel was bought by Disney or even the MCU. Steve Bloom is in this show.
Oh gosh, Steve Bloom's everywhere.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it only got 2 seasons, but some pretty good 2 seasons.
Some of the best shows are too short.
Yeah, it got canceled before we can make a season 3.
All right. Well, I don't want to, but I think, and this may need to call it quits here.
All right.
This is a good little post-credit scene for those of you who you stuck around. Second week in a row. Always like post credits content. So this was good. This was good.
Bye bye, folks. Enjoy
But,
the.
yeah,
the
we're just gonna leave. We're both gonna leave the studio, and then maybe nothing will happen. I don't know, but yeah, if you want to stick around for that and see what happens, who knows if you're still watching. But Joel, very good to talk to you. Thank you for coming. And I will definitely be talking to you about other things in the near future.
All right. Bye bye.
But bye bye, everybody.
Bye bye.